What I did was, on mine, I highlighted anything that we said we would discuss. So if we start with town board, the first thing I highlighted was office and miscellaneous.
I'm trying to find the right spreadsheet.
Okay.
Second, it's saved in.
Page 2 of the,
SharePoint supervisor.
I'm not doing SharePoint, I'm doing.
Well, yeah, I had saved one of my desktops.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Highlighted and made notes on, but it got saved in my, I think, in a drive. I gotta find the right drive.
I feel your pain.
Yeah, we were talking there, Jerry, about going
Yeah.
from 15 down to between 10 and 12.
And I've got 12 in there. This is just office and miscellaneous, and I've.
Yes.
Yeah, I
Town
mean, we,
board, 8 and
first-
10.
first 8 months, we were at 6,200, so that projects out to 9,300 for the year. I'm saying 10,000.
So my understanding is we might have one more desk, but that would be in Joe's line. I think he was talking about a new desk, Joe?
That would be in his.
His line, right, on his, so, but in terms of what you guys know in.
I think so, I think in our,
we're good?
everybody has new, equipment, wise, we bought whatever.
That wants-
Yeah, we're
that want-
okay.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think we're comfortable.
10,000?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I am. Let's pick up, so by the way, the motto today is
Cut.
cut, yeah.
Well, we're gonna have to add that. I know.
Okay.
Okay, so the next one I have is printing and advertising. We budgeted 9,000, or projected, well, I have, let me see.
We projected the first 8 months, 3,400, you're on course for 5,200.
Okay.
On course for 52.
So 6,000? Instead of 9?
How much?
Yeah, I mean, I wrote 7.
Six, I wrote 7.
something, but.
I go 7, Jared,
That's-
keep it minus 2,000. 7K. So that picks up plus 2,000 there.
What'd you do for office and miscellaneous, 10? 10.
Yes. And an Association of Towns, I think,
Association.
to plus it, didn't you?
Yeah, that went to 6760, maybe, something like that.
So you wanted to add 2,000 under that line, I believe it was.
Well,
because-
yeah, I mean, let's go back to, I think I don't think we had the numbers the day we were talking about it. So so it would be all 5 town board members?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then.
Shelby,
And
And
Christina.
go with new HR responsibilities or no?
Yeah.
All right,
I
so,
would, I would put 7, I don't think everybody's gonna go.
yeah,
So-
put 7, yeah.
Yeah, I'm also thinking that a couple might have like specialized classes elsewhere. I'm trying to think of how many HR classes
Right.
I've seen at these
Okay.
association towns. I don't
Yeah.
think,
So what does 7 produce?
so it's 1,100 per person.
$7,700. So that's plus 3, not plus 2.
And the line above was 6,000 is what we settled on, right? Print and advertising, or 7?
7, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
So we
so
said 7
7.
for that?
So now we're negative.
So what are we saying? Is the bottom line for that one?
We're saying the bottom line for that one is 7 times 11 is $7,700.
77.
Oh, and I had written down 3,000 for drug testing, not 3,300.
Testing, I didn't highlight that one.
3, you said?
Yeah, that was from.
Is that on projection? Or-
I think so. Let me just.
I just kept it what it was.
But if we're at 1644.
Did they do another round at the end of the year, or did we kind of do it for?
No, it's just,
Yeah, I think it is like, it is a month. So, we're on track to spend 2,500.
So you want to bring it down to 3?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Plus $300?
Minus.
Minus 300.
Well, I'm looking at it plus.
Okay,
Just use a side tally.
Oh, I see what you're doing, yeah.
Yeah.
So basically, what we have so far on page 2 is plus 8,000, plus 7,300 minus 3,000, correct?
Just giving in mind.
7,300, yes.
Yes. So you have a net gain there of plus $4,300. You've cut from page 2.
Right.
That's your net gain.
I'm sorry, I'm getting us that we're saving $3,800.
No more.
Okay.
4,300.
You went from 15,000 to 10,000.
Yeah.
And then you went from 9,000 to 7,000.
9,000 to 7,000, right?
And then you went up 4760 to 7,700.
Save 300 on the top line.
You saved 300 on the top.
Yeah, I got all that.
I also had from before our discussion, school travel mileage, that we thought 1,100 would be more appropriate.
Okay, let's take a school.
That's from,
I didn't even highlight that one, so I don't know.
from our earlier discussion, that's what I put in.
right.
Oh, I see, it went up.
Yeah, so when I do that, I get,
Okay, so you're putting it
minus 38.
1,500, can you putting that to? Rather than.
1,100.
1,100,
So I'm
okay.
looking out the 3810.
3810, right? Okay.
Yeah.
So what does that go into, 1,100?
Yeah. Saving of 3810.
Because those are the, yeah, I had highlighted that one too.
So that's another 6,500. Right, no, $650, right? Plus
$550.
550, excuse me, I'm sorry, yes.
So what's the net?
3810?
$3,250.
I get 3810.
Oh, 3810, I'm sorry, yeah, that's correct, that's 3810, I'm sorry.
Okay. Next is Justice Court. I have highlighted the overtime.
I got you.
The judges put in for 4,000. I put in the 1,080, that was the,
I'm sorry, where are we?
right below, next line, Justice Court.
And you put in 228.
I put in what was already there. The justices made a case for 4,000.
I think we should keep it.
Which line are you on, Jeff?
It's clerk overtime. Justice Court, 81010. 104. 1110, 104.
Yes, because we've only expended 320 this year. And they were putting in for 4,000, I don't know why with.
I think it had to do with Stan saying, when they have, when, whatever they call it, on Saturdays, they have arraignments, thank you. Saturdays, they have to come in, but.
Most of that would have happened in the summer, so it should be accounted for. I would
Which line are we on?
You're on the fourth line down, clerk overtime. So, I mean, we've only expended $320, but maybe some of that they did on their own. Maybe they wanted to be reimbursed for that. So, I mean, however,
I mean, it hasn't been spent. I mean, so it's not like they're running out of money. It's proven.
Yeah, we needed to double check because there may be some knowledge on it.
Well, it's still quite a significant amount.
The other thing is, this was her first year, and I would think even that, just, there would be a little bit more few more hours just learning it, getting it together. I'm on this project, might be a little less next year anyway, another reason. So,
My recommendation is we keep it where it is.
Yes.
yeah.
I'm fine with that.
yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then travel, they wanted to increase from 1,500 to 2,500. That was because of drug court and
Classes,
something else.
continuing CLA classes. Oh, so could we compromise at 2,000?
That's where I was going. So you read my mind.
I mean, they've spent 974.
Right.
I mean,
No,
Another
they spent
526.
They spent 526.
oh, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Oh.
1,500 I'm fine with. I mean, I would even
Okay.
drop it down to 1,000. Oh, no, that's the balance. Never mind.
Question is,
That's,
yeah, how frequently do you
Yeah.
have to go? What's the mileage? What's the mileage rate? I mean, it should be a calculable figure.
I'd keep
for
it
the
at
most part.
1,500.
yeah, leave it at 1,500.
Yeah.
Okay, then the next one I have is office and miscellaneous, just $500 difference from what they asked for and what I proposed.
Again, it looks like our number from last year would have been good.
Yeah, the number that, in other words, the number that has projected through the first 8 months.
Yes,
Is at almost 3,600, take 1,800, add it to 3,600, and you're right about where they're looking at.
Yeah.
You're looking at, so I wrote down, rather than 5,000, I said, we split the difference at 5,250.
A110, 440 from last year.
I mean, you either
You can
have,
also say tighten your belt and, eat the 500,
Yeah.
you know?
yeah, yes, correct.
Yeah.
I'm asking Shelby to look up 440 kind of contracts.
Contracts.
I just want to see if there is some potential savings there, or if that's something that got paid at
They might get paid at the end, yeah.
the night.
Yeah, that-
See.
No, that's monthly.
Oh.
440.
Yeah, 440.
Last year, 6,739.
In office and miscellaneous?
No contracts.
Contracts.
So we'll leave the 5, that's what they're asking.
And
But
we-
wait, but last year we were over that budget.
yeah, we had to move some money in there.
Yeah, but we modified it to 5,000, so, or no, we didn't, kept it, we adopted it 5,000.
You adopted 5.
What was it?
Last year you started at 3, and then we added in 5, so it went up to 7,700 last year.
And you spent almost that, all of that.
67.
67 of was spent.
On office and miscellaneous, you are actually projecting a rent right around 5250, which is $250. It's a compromise in between what they're asking for, and what the supervisor has done. But you could keep it at 5,000 and just tighten the belt, so.
So I'm just gonna put 750 in here,
Your contracts?
yeah, just to see what it all looks like. And I'm gonna take that
What
out.
does that entail, you know?
It's the fundamental business service, law books, copier,
Yeah.
right? I think it's a monthly subscription on that,
That
find law.
service that they.
Those are all
they
given.
Contract out to, like, if they don't collect parking ticket, that company like goes after people to collect the money, but then they get to keep a portion of it.
Right,
Question, let's go back to 1010-493, which is law library under town board. Do we spend that?
Sorry, say it again?
Law library under
Page
town
before,
board.
Amber?
We do spend, I always thought we didn't, it seems money comes out somewhere.
Because I mean,
I'll look at this
because
year.
Justice Court has,
Wasn't she in that?
services. The town attorney should have his services, his
are we
contracts.
duplicating here?
No, I wanted to take that out, but last year we spent it, I think.
No,
No?
I just looked.
I thought we did.
Maybe we spent it the year before? Could it be like a biennial?
Or is it just for like updating,
Oh.
I
like,
don't know why we need our own
yeah.
online account.
That was a Dottie thing. Let's find out exactly what that.
'Cause she does,
It might be updating
Our town
our
code books?
yeah.
if we didn't spend it though.
Yeah. I
No,
don't think
the
we
year
did.
before, you just used it somewhere else.
Yeah. So I'm saying let's get rid of the, 1030 in that line. And then take the contracts in justice court to where it should be.
So you're saying take it at 1010, 493 out,
Right.
move it to,
Use it.
Move
okay.
it to justice court.
Okay.
So we're saving
So
5,000.
Jim from town boards,
Yeah.
okay?
Yeah.
And,
And so it's going into contracts,
yeah,
and we're bringing contracts up to what amount?
a little bit more than, up to 6,750. Is that a good number?
Okay.
So on page 2, that puts us at a cut now of $5,110, not 3810, but
Uh,
yeah.
here-
You add the 1,300 with the 3810, we're at $5,110 savings on page 2 alone.
Yeah.
So then back to town, to justice court, office and miscellaneous. So we settled on 5,000 then?
Yes,
So,
what? I
Well, if
mean,
you're gonna do it that way, Jim, then you gotta add the 1,300 to this page.
We're adding 1750. Because
So-
that's what the fundamentals contract is.
Right, so it's gonna be 6,750 for the
But we're
contracts.
transferring 1,300, okay.
Yeah, so we're popping it up 1750, 1,300 we
Okay.
found elsewhere.
okay. Well, and then the
Under which line, Amber?
contracts,
Contracts,
Under contracts, okay,
yes.
so that 5,000 is becoming how much?
6750. And then Association of Towns needs to be 2,200.
I thought we brought it down to 1,100 because they said only one would go.
Only one's gonna go, okay.
That was what
Stanley.
Stan said,
Well, he said he wouldn't go if he was on,
right,
but we don't know if Mary Faith, she always goes.
right. But
So I don't know
so
if she's-
either way, I mean, one of them would have to cover, right? So
Oh, excuse me.
that's.
So
So essentially, one person would go.
Yes. Yes.
So we're adding
But-
1750 and deducting 900.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we're adding 1750 under contracts.
Yep,
And what did we finally decide on office and miscellaneous,
and
5?
leaving it,
We're
yeah.
leaving it at 5, so
Yeah.
there's no touch there,
In association of town, we're reducing.
by $900.
Yes.
That's a net loss
850.
of 850, correct.
So
So basically, we're about $3,000 up here, folks, for the day so far. Yeah.
Stenographer, Shelby, over the past few years, have we ever hit the 11,000? Because we're only tracking to get like 9,500.
They're asking for more, actually.
Oh, they're asking for 12?
In 2021, we were at 12.2.
I don't think, I think if, with that in mind, I think you gotta keep it.
12.2 in 2021, you said.
11.
Last year was only 8.5.
So we're tracking to 9,500 basically
Yes.
this year.
Yeah,
So
and I think that
2021 was a blip. But
it's a blip.
2021 was still,
Pandemic.
I was gonna say, were they, I think when the courts reopened.
I feel safe with 10.
Was there a case that year? Dog.
Oh.
Was there what?
The dog case might
We
have
had the
been.
dog case, so we had court time.
That might have been
That
more.
was in 2021, yeah.
Good pickup.
Yeah,
She's under 50,
I think that's why.
under 40.
Alright, so they asked for 12, we put in 11.
I'm comfortable with 10.
so stenographer, what are we taking that to?
10? So you said?
Yeah, I'm comfortable there.
All right, so now we're just at negative one for that.
So, are we minus 5260?
Hang on, I haven't, pulling up the totals on the spreadsheet that I work with.
I have we're minus 150.
But just for that
Wait, on this page?
Minus-
That
minus-
department.
Just for that department.
Yeah, so when I add it with us up above, 5110,
So you picked up $1,000 there, right?
No, 1,800, 1,850. We
Well, yeah, yeah.
yeah, we added 1,750
Yeah,
and then we deducted 900. We
Right,
just
and then we
deducted
deducted
another
another 1,000.
So it's 1,850.
yes,
69 to 70.
all right. See, every page there should be able to go pick something up there, lesson.
You
Only
with us, BJ?
Only 150.
I'm not, I must have done my formula wrong. we're picking up 150.
I got 150 also.
Wait,
I also
no.
have.
No, 18.
Contracts, we added 1,750.
Right.
But of that, we had 1,300 of it.
Can't double count it, I'm doing it
Okay, all
by
right.
department.
All right,
Yep,
so, all right, so but I didn't, I said 1,750.
all right.
Okay, then we're taking 900 away from,
Right,
Association of Towns. Then we're adding,
We're taking 1,000.
From the stenographer.
you're right.
yeah, I'm doing it backwards,
It's
I'm adding
150.
instead. Yeah, yeah,
It's 150.
yeah.
So I'm getting a total, right now, subtotal two departments, 5260.
So this one, this page is 150?
PJ.
Yeah, this page is 150.
Okay,
Yes.
okay.
Supervisor.
Next is.
Now, what are we gonna do? Are we gonna holistically address the clerks and the insurance, or are we gonna do this by department?
I think we should do it holistically,
Sure.
and then we still have an analysis to work on with
Yeah.
that. It's just, there's just been,
Not enough time, yeah.
yeah, I feel like I've been here all week. and I'm supposed to be doing something over in the other office,
Yes, so,
and not working on budget the whole time. only part.
well, we have Tuesday, don't we? I mean, so this is not the end of,
I don't actually know that we had scheduled.
I think we have more than Tuesday.
no, I mean, in terms of a empty day.
Right, but I mean, as far as like,
Well, Tuesday we have work session and town board.
No, we don't, that's Wednesday.
Oh, Wednesday, oh yeah, Tuesday we have.
So Tuesday's not a bad day,
no, wait,
if you have time.
our
Tuesday's a mental health day.
That's Monday.
Our public hearing on the budget is November 8th.
Yeah,
So we, like, when do we have to have it set to post? Like,
Amber.
when do we need to?
I have that somewhere, that's not here.
I think 5 days, well, it has to be in the paper,
Mm-hmm.
5 days before the public hearing.
Because I feel like we keep rushing and it's like, never get a chance to catch a breath and just sit back and like.
Public hearing is Wednesday, the 8th, okay.
Everybody's on Zoom. My calculation shows that it needs to be posted by the plane.
20th? So that would be the 19th issue. So post it on,
Posted where?
In a reporter, I'm putting a reporter, so it's in a paper by, on 26.
So it's paper by the 26th?
issue, but yeah,
Okay.
So I need to have it done by the.
Yeah, I'm
By
So we can
calendar
get-
or 5
it's our drop dead day, huh? It's not that much time,
days.
and there's time.
Well, I'm checking.
if that's the case, we have it 6.
Well, but Jim's gone next week.
Oh, Jim, when do you leave?
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and the following Monday, I think.
Correct.
Yeah, write that down just so we'd be able to
Yeah.
track things.
So-
I'll be back
Hey,
on
I'm
the
in a budget
17th.
meeting.
He's caretaking, to Zoom.
Oh,
Yes,
yeah,
he is,
well,
if you
yes,
can,
allowed to Zoom, but
But if it's feasible,
taking sometimes doesn't allow.
yeah.
right?
Yeah, I'm gonna try that, but getting them to school and all these activities is gonna be difficult.
Okay,
Maybe we can mail you midday
Yeah,
Maybe we could do
it while they're
Tuesday.
at school.
between pickup and drop off.
Tuesday, I'm fine with.
I don't wanna do Tuesday.
Okay, all right.
I mean, the next Tuesday, because we have PBA and HBA. And we need to do,
HCA's on Thursday.
right, but we
Oh,
need to,
we need
need
to
to do
get-
some
yeah,
prep
we do,
for
we
that.
do.
Yeah,
So the notice of the public hearing has to be at least 5 days between the date of the first publication and then the date specified for the public hearing. So the date that it's in the paper and then 5 days until the public hearing.
when's the public hearing have to be?
yeah,
So
It's on or before the Thursday following the election.
It has to be in the reporter by the 26th
Six.
of this month.
Right.
Okay,
Does that make sense to you?
okay.
By 26 days, I said, yeah, so.
To the reporter?
Has to be, yeah, so we have to be done by the 20th so that it can get submitted to the paper for printing on Thursday, the 26th.
With the public hearing stated for November 8th as well.
Right.
Yeah.
All right,
And I'm not, when are we doing PBA?
I mean, we were gonna do it on Tuesday, but we could move that if we needed to. Maybe we can move it.
Well, there it is, I just can't read my handwriting.
Yeah.
That's,
The 10th.
that's fine.
Okay.
I just need to know, like,
Right.
carve out time for that analysis, carve out time for that analysis before we. Okay.
okay.
Okay, so we didn't pick, anyways, we can figure that out at the end, or now.
All right,
All right.
back to the budget again?
Yeah.
But we'll do that at the end. We'll see.
yeah.
Figuring out a date.
When we can
Do that at the end.
Yeah. I mean,
All right, Michelle and Supervisor,
This is here, so rather than
oh,
keep
Yeah. Let's go to that budget.
chewing up her time. No. We have hundreds of pages to.
Yeah, we have lots of
It feels like hundreds of pages.
hours.
Hundreds of hours.
Do you want me to do that?
You can just.
You can just sit here.
All right, I just want to let us end.
Your page, community housing page.
Yeah, I just wanted to,
Hold on just a second.
oh, yeah,
On the
of
right
course.
page.
Page first.
8140, 8140.
Page 21.
So much Excel.
That was satisfying.
Love a workbook, I love a workbook.
And they're all interrelated.
Yeah, they talk to each other, they're fancy. Like the housing board, 8140, gotcha.
That part frightens me.
All right, this should, I mean, it's only 5 items here, folks.
Yeah.
Let's start. Clerk
Yeah.
is adopted, we adopted 8,000 so far, we haven't spent anything.
No,
Projected-
that's,
Okay, it gets moved, okay.
yeah.
Do you want to take a little?
Set them for the departments, Jim, or, the different committees.
All right.
And then we do a budget transfer to move them all to one area so that for accounting purposes during the year,
Okay,
we know what clerk's paycheck isn't getting posted to 10 different lines.
so what I'm saying is we're not touching that,
Right.
8,000 whatsoever. Office and miscellaneous,
They spend most of it.
yeah, they have, they've gone through 90% of it plus.
Right.
I would keep that.
Yeah, and I guess
Yeah.
for the office and miscellaneous, we've got like,
It's, what it is it's a lot of like, me doing posters and I'm trying to post we're just really trying to be out in the public and.
Right.
And so
Yeah.
I'm sure I'll need,
If the clerks make like photocopies to hand out.
yeah, I mean, I think we had to do reporter ads and stuff like that, because,
How are you gonna
we
do
haven't
that, how are you gonna
advertised
do that on $500?
What's that?
That's what they have.
advertising and communications for reporter ad.
Yeah.
And that was,
Oh, okay,
yeah,
that's-
so I got a little bit more down there,
Got it
that's been
down,
up to
okay.
2,000 for
Okay.
Yeah.
yeah.
next year.
And legal services and
So
yeah.
yeah, so the legal services and the consulting are what I really wanted to come to you guys to talk about.
Yes.
I foresee, and I'm gonna bring it up at the community housing board meeting on Thursday, but just even right now, like looking forward into the next year, I anticipate needing more legal services and potentially even some outside counsel to evaluate some of the stuff that we're looking at. I don't anticipate we need anything around the ADU stuff that we're doing because that's all covered, thank God, from CDCLI and their counsel. Thank you so much, Gwen. But even just in this process of considering the RFP and trying to develop it, we're just there's just a bunch of thorny questions of just like, how do you write in an RFP for rental management? You know what I mean? Like, there's just not a lot of people that have done that. It's my expectation that we're gonna need somebody else to look at that. There's other thorny issues that the community has raised as to like eligibility and stuff like that. And I wanna make sure that we have really sound legal guidance as we consider those things. I imagine that it will cost money. The other thing that I wanted to say is I do know that the budget is really tight and I wanted to bring as an idea to you. And I'm also I'm just kind of putting this forth as an idea. And I'm gonna bring it to the community housing board that if it is my understanding, and not a lawyer, that it might be appropriate to use part of our community housing fund to make sure if there was additional funds needed. It feels to me, and like I said, I wanted to bring it to this board and I am gonna bring it to the community housing board for public discussions. That if additional legal services were needed, that might be where their source was, if it was not workable within the town budget. I just think it's really important to have a solid foundation for any work that we're doing. So that's,
With that in mind,
Uh-huh.
And I'm just throwing this out here.
Yeah.
Stephen's role here, there's no services that our town attorney can't provide in this area or no?
I mean, I think that for me is the question mark. I think that there are obviously a lot of services that our town council can provide. But again, I know that just some of the stuff that we're already starting to deal with and the RFP are some, just to be straightforward, some very thorny issues. And I can see that I would love to have the option, even if I didn't need it, to be able to retain outside counsel to weigh in on some of these issues. You know, like there's the eligibility thing, which I know
So
What I hear is that you're
I'm gonna
looking
ask
for
this
someone
one.
with more of a specialty in
Yes.
this specific
Yes, thank
area.
you.
So for 2023, we adopted 2,000, we modified the budget to 2,000, we've spent first 8 months 0. Do you anticipate in the next 4 months that you're going to spend anything based on 2023 money? In the next 3 months, actually?
Well, here's the thing, I would very much like to. I would like to have it, we are, as you guys know, we are working on developing an RFP. We're not even putting it out there yet, but I already know that we have big legal questions that need to be answered. And it is, the Community Housing Board would like to make sure that we feel really solid in that advice, and perhaps we're able to work with our town council, that would be great. But I want to be able to reserve the right if we need to go outside to get advice.
Right.
I would like to be able to do that.
We don't know what the stream is on the transfer tax, that's, just a fact.
Yeah.
That being said, this is not gonna be a big chunk, I don't think.
Right.
This is, gonna be hit and run consulting, this is not going to court. So, so I would be for leaving this in the way the supervisor has it. And when you need more money, it comes from
Liz, we
the
have.
transfer tax, because I think that's what it's for, to help us set this up and keep it on track.
Liz, the 16,000 and change that we originally adopted for consulting, what did we plan on using that for? Because we haven't really spent it.
I'm wondering if it was a leftover. I actually am not totally sure. As you remember, I was not the chair
Right.
previously, so here I am. I'm guessing that it had something to do with the housing
What I'm
plan.
saying is, to the BJ's point, I mean, if we left the total number that's here, we have the 5,000 in consulting that really, we're not sure how we're gonna use it. We have 2,000 in legal. And very honestly, we should handle this the same way we handle CPF and
Yes.
WQI. And any of these costs should be
come
coming from that fund,
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and I think I'm reading you right, Liz, that, it's a shame because you want every dime to go to the
Yes.
actual house.
yes.
But that being said, to get to the house, we need to spend these monies.
And I guess what I would say is it's not, I don't anticipate that we're gonna be like running up a $30,000 bill, but it would be nice to be able to have a specialized lawyer on retainer to be able to ask, like, did I get this eligibility right?
Yeah.
Can I write this in?
Yeah.
Is this right? I think that it could be, again, I don't anticipating it being a large expense, but it would be great to be able to, and again, I'm just kind of, I think in my mind, I have like a $5,000 retainer or something
Yeah.
in mind, is, I feel like usually how it works.
Legally, we can use CPF.
Yeah, yeah, but I want to be transparent about like how much I'm talking about, I just think that it's just so important, and I know the community has so many concerns.
Yeah.
I just want to be I just want to get it right, it's so important.
What is the rationale here? Do you know, Amber, like, do we have to vote on every expenditure they make? No, they have the right to, Community Housing
Yeah.
Board, I'm sorry, has the ability to go and hire an attorney, or do?
I think it outlines the applicable expenses in the code.
Yeah, but is there a process?
Yeah, that's actually great, because that was one of the things that I've been thinking about too, is just like, as we're talking to these other communities and stuff like that, just getting like referrals and just like, hey, this person might be helpful, is that if were we to find an outside counsel to run some of these thornier questions by, is that do we as a committee engage with them? Is it something that I refer up to you? Like, how does it, do I have to issue a proposal? Or I wasn't clear, I didn't fully understand the process with that too, which I know is outside of this budget discussion, but.
I think, yeah, we definitely have to look into it. Off the top of my head, I would say that similar to CPF and WQI, 10% of the monies coming in each year could be spent on administrative costs. And so we don't have to go through like the public hearing portion of spending it.
I wouldn't wanna even get close to that, but yes, yeah.
Right. But so, I mean, that's
Yeah.
just one thing to keep in
Yeah,
mind, so how
yeah.
much we tap in for kind of administrative stuff. Would the legal services related to a specific project be part of the project? And so then that's, I'm not clear, cause I just haven't thought about it.
Yeah,
I think it would, I mean, I think it could either fall within project fees, obviously, as if like, hopefully I get this RFP all the way to the gate, you know? But even if we're just kind of like working on it and getting legal advice, it feels like that would solidly be under administrative. Like, and I wouldn't even get close to 10, like,
yeah,
a couple grand was like my craziest day of like,
It should be a mix, but so we'll have to do a little bit more research on that. As with respect to the legal the consulting fees in here, they were put in because we thought that there would be engineering fees associated
Yes.
with getting one, the highway property.
water testing, water testing.
Yeah.
Wells, the test
Yeah.
wells that we need
Yes.
to do.
yeah, and that
Yeah.
is,
Yeah.
actually, I need
Yeah.
to double, actually, I have an email in my inbox from Joe Fenora right now.
Yeah.
About that, so maybe that's exactly what it was, cause I think that there's like a well happening.
Are we at a place with some of that to encumber some of this,
Well,
get
if
her-
we end up retaining, like, we'd have to
Yes.
transfer from consulting down to legal fees,
Yeah.
which is definitely within our purview. But if we have some,
A test well ready
attorney
to
on.
go? Oh,
I was thinking of returning
Oh.
to, retainer to help us with, getting the contracts set up for something. I don't know if we can issue them, but if we,
Yeah.
so we can look at it.
Okay,
But eventually this will zero out, is really what we're kind of saying here. Because it's gonna be covered by
Right.
a non-taxpayer. Yeah, I mean,
Yes.
by
we have to look-
transfer.
we have to-
Yeah.
yeah.
okay, so we can
That
put in
make sure we
anything.
Abide by whatever.
just,
But similar to like CPF,
Yes.
we put in an estimate, we're gonna purchase, $5 million worth of properties
Yeah.
this
Right,
year. It's, we put something into the budget, but then we don't.
Gonna cover it on the revenue side,
Yeah,
okay,
then it comes
Exactly.
not from
Yeah.
taxpayer appropriations, but it comes from.
this sounds good.
cool, okay, awesome, I just wanted to like, cause like I said, we've just been working on that in the last couple weeks, and I was just like, I can already see I'm going to need this
see a
for the
need.
next week, and I was like, I should come and talk to you guys about it.
Yeah, this is perfect.
Okay, cool,
Okay,
do you guys have any other questions for me?
I don't think so.
And I'll try and circle back to you, I said goodbye to my daughter, so.
Yeah, no worries, I have a couple of really solid recommendations coming from East Hampton's, CDCLI, and potentially some council that we can talk to.
Excellent.
So,
Good.
I'm excited. Hopefully one of them is our person. All right,
Thanks.
all right, thanks so much, you guys, have a great, also the posters look good, really beautiful up here.
you.
Yeah.
They've actually brightened up the room.
I know,
It is brighter,
it changes face.
slightly chaotic, but it's nice.
I like it, How was
It's like the inside of my head.
Okay, so back at supervisor.
No, before we go back, I just want to make a statement too on both Joe and Stephen's salary, the fact that we're continuing to up those salaries to a fairly healthy amount. People start to ask you, what's the need for outside engineering, what's the need for outside counsel, based on the salaries and the services being provided. So a lot of this stuff, I would like to make sure that we exhaust both the town engineer and the town attorney to do whatever they can in order to provide these kinds of services where needed. And then as a last resort, look at the outside counsel.
I would agree with that, but then also the other side of that is to say they're both one-man offices, and rather than have them do something they're not capable of, I think it's our responsibility to make
Yeah.
sure.
If there's a specialty.
Yeah.
Yes, yes. No, I'm just,
I know what you're saying, absolutely.
I'm
Oh,
just
yeah.
making that statement
Yeah,
that,
definitely.
I'm hearing from people saying, wow, you bumped these two salaries,
Yeah.
substantially and,
We haven't.
Yeah. Shell supervisor, 12.105, longevity. What's the actual, I have 96, 95, 43?
Yep.
Okay, and then for the second longevity, 110,
Wait, what was it, 96?
96, 95, 43. And then for the second one, 7,490, 84. Okay,
749084.
right. So there's a little bit of a change there.
Yeah.
That's the only change I have on supervisor. I didn't have any questions. And then the next one is independent audit. I have, I had 73,100, but it's 72,700.
72,700, yep.
Okay. That's a big $400 savings.
Sorry, what was that one?
The next independent audit, 72,700.
Yeah.
Oh, it's all the way down there, okay.
I
72,
was doing the same thing.
72.7?
72,700, yeah. What's the difference on the top one, Joe?
1686. Wait, no, $166.86 is what I had.
166.86. Okay.
Too many numbers in my brain all of a sudden.
I'm still trying to copy my spreadsheets over. Log in.
You good?
What do you have in stone there, Joe?
Which one?
And the audit changed, is what you're saying?
Okay.
But I know
Longevity up
Jim's been
here,
trying to do his,
96.
96, 95,
his tracking of our
43.
changes.
Yeah.
Next longevity,
Yeah.
7,400.
90. And down here, 2,700.
Yeah, I got that.
Okay. 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 Tax receiver, I have no notes. Anybody have anything on tax receiver?
I'm looking, give me a sec.
Yeah, I'm like,
No, I have no notes. Just 3% raise is what we saw there on salaries.
yeah, no, actually, I didn't have.
There was nothing,
Okay, now the next is assessors, and there's some issues we have to discuss. Part-time hire, I took it out. We really haven't discussed whether we need the part-time hire or not. I'll just give you the issues that, summer intern, do we want a summer intern? And, support contracts is $200 difference. So those are, first of all, do we want the, part-time hire?
Okay, this is what I would propose for the part-time.
Yeah.
I would propose that we think about the part-time hire being hired on July 1. Because they're absorbing a new person. We're hoping in the next month. They're pushing out a role, a complicated role with additional office hours that are gonna be off the charts. I just don't think there's gonna be any time to pay attention to anybody new. But that being said, I do think this is ongoing. They're gonna get this role done this year. There's still a huge amount of data collection and data correction to go on. And we have to acknowledge that this building department has been expanded.
Yeah.
You need to expand that department. They go hand in hand. But in the interest of saving some money, let's think about the part-time hire for July 1st.
So by doing it July 1st, is it really gonna become a full-time hire?
I think you're gonna have to evaluate that. I mean, the future board is going to have to evaluate that, I'm just saying.
In other words,
it helps us
BJ,
with the
is
budget
it-
next year, and it helps Judith
Look
look
in other
forward.
words, when I say that part-time hire, are we paying them the full salary for half the year?
no.
Oh, okay,
No.
okay.
No, but I mean, whatever the number is, you guys,
Yeah.
I need help on that, on what that would be. I think Judith's saying 15 hours a week.
Okay.
Why does that stick in my head? It does. And I think it's a way to sort of, be solemn and split the baby. And get there,
Yeah.
but in a little bit shorter steps than Judith would probably like, but we get her there.
I do think that you need time to train the new full-time hire and get them up to speed before you take on two. It's hard to train two people at once.
And the other thing is Judith was concerned. She wanted the part-time to be there, to be exposed to Pat, because Pat is,
Right.
she has earned her right to retirement. But that being said, hopefully this new hire can then be brought up to speed by Pat and then turn around and bring up the part-timer.
Yeah, makes perfectly good sense. And then if you hire that person up July 1st, you have July,
Right.
August, September. You have 3 months working part-time to evaluate the worth.
Right.
And whether you'd want to continue to make that full year or continue with the July 1.
No, I wouldn't ever, I mean, I would think, my imagination is in 2025, Jim, is the part-time is year-round in
Okay.
2025.
Yes.
But it's only this year in terms of logistically absorbing them into the department that I would delay it.
Making a judgment, do you have the right person for the? to
Yeah,
fill
and that too, that, yeah,
part-time need, you
yeah.
know?
So would we add the 22, that's what I'm asking you.
What would be the hourly?
11,250.
Okay.
It's like half.
Well,
I'm
I'd also propose we take out the summer intern.
That's me too.
So do you want to put some of that into the?
Well, that's why I said
salary?
11,250,
Okay.
because if we're taking out 5,250, then we're only a net increase of 6.
Okay.
Also, I have an updated number for Pat. Remember when Judith came in and?
Yes.
Yes.
So hers is 43,947.
So 43,947.
947.
Yeah.
That's with the 3%.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, so that just wiped out our game.
Summer intern softens the blow a little bit, but
Yeah.
still down.
Okay, we're at 256.
You got 256?
That's what's left, $256 after the,
Oh.
it's a negative $5,000.
I got 252. You took out the summer intern?
I did. Let me
I know,
see.
but BJ had a different number than us.
Yeah, I have we're gonna increase this 5,570 over the supervisor,
Which one?
So I have
the whole department.
the whole department.
Did I do that wrong? You got this,
Me.
which,
Yeah, 5570. Yeah, that's my change too.
Me too. Oh, I was thinking overall so far.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm
It's-
not
yeah,
I'm not
yeah.
checking overall, I'm just,
5570.
yeah, just department to department.
Yeah.
That's the increase.
To the increase or the?
An increase of 5570.
oh,
We're putting the part-time person back.
wow,
What was that?
yeah,
Which
No, I
is
just-
as a net of
250.
$256.
Oh, but, oh, it's today.
I'm tracking all like our,
An hour later,
Okay.
it's our little ups and downsies. So we just went,
right,
all right.
all right.
Okay, next, assessment board of review, no changes there. Town clerk, we're gonna have to make some changes here.
So this stays the same.
All right, so you wanna start with the salary there?
Well, yeah, originally I had proposed, we take the WMAC and give it completely to the town clerk's office. Amber feels with all the changes going on, and especially if we decrease one clerk, that is just gonna be too much for her to take on.
Yes.
Additional responsibility. So I had decreased the clerk's salary and compensated it from WMAC money. So what I'm proposing now is we make Amber whole again with the clerk's money and the 3%.
Right,
So that is gonna increase the budget. Then we'll keep Linda the same as we had, previously. She'll have the salary with the WMAC money to make her complete. And we're gonna take, WMAC money and add it to Catherine's salary to make her, the clerk. But that's a different line.
yeah.
So in this one, we're changing Amber to $96,413.14. Okay.
13. Okay.
Amber had asked for the summer intern. I had taken that out. I think,
Yeah,
and over time, we kept the
Wait, what are we
10,000.
doing with Linda?
We're keeping that salary what I
So at the
proposed.
55, 'cause
So
she's-
she's getting the
Okay,
WMAC
because
money.
she's still continuing to
Yes.
do.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
just
and she'll
checking.
get the WMAC money for that.
Yeah, okay, so what are
Okay.
we doing with summer intern?
I propose we don't do it this year.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we'll keep the discretionary over time.
We kept that at 10.
Yeah, because given that we're going down.
Right.
On a semi-permanent basis.
Association of Towns, we
Before you
decided,
go there, Shelby, on the WMAC right now, could you just look that up and tell me what the account registers right now?
For salaries?
No, but just the
well,
account.
it goes into the general fund now because all the fees go into the,
Yeah, I know.
Oh, the revenue? The
Well,
revenue?
not just where the account stands. It used to be able to number that vacillated between, 150 and 300,000.
Oh,
But we can
I would have to get that from the,
we can anticipate the revenues, so you can go to the revenue page and see what we're projecting for next year.
yeah, I don't have the September
Okay.
number yet, so whatever number you have in here.
Whatever we have in here through
Because I
August.
know as liaison, somebody picked that up and asked for the question.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way,
We'll get
years
that.
ago,
Ask the contract accountants keep track of all that.
Yeah, and that's something like,
More like,
I asked earlier when it started, is time to spend with the fund balance, like see where all of this falls. And then Shelby and I need to sit down. I have some conflicting information. It's starting to come back to me once I get my head in the game. That I didn't know where the contract accountant had their fund balance number. I agreed with 2021, but then 2022, I don't think that they accounted for something. So I just wanted cross-reference. So I think WMAC balance, our various fund balances.
Okay,
Wait a minute, I have a little note. I don't know, I think we're here. Office and miscellaneous. I have add 2,500 for new software contact. Okay.
Yeah.
So, all right.
Because we're going to be taking
yeah, well, I didn't get up to that yet, wait.
All right, oh,
Before
sorry.
that, we have Association of Towns,
3,300.
we're going from 2,500 to 3,300.
Right. And,
And then we have Office and Miscellaneous, go from 6,000 to 8,500.
So I have a question about this, records repair. So we haven't spent any of that. Is that something that comes out at the end of the year, or is that just like archiving? Like what is?
Have we ever spent it?
I'm not sure what Dottie had that for. I believe,
file folders.
so I have no explanation for that. I've never spent anything out of there. I'm not sure why she requested for that.
yeah, we've, in the last 2-3 years, we haven't, or they move it somewhere else.
Okay,
I think maybe it was a backup in case, but there's
yeah,
no explanation.
okay.
Zero?
Yeah, I would say so. Hasn't been used in several years.
Well, because if we're upgrading the software, that will take care of kind of digitizing all of that.
So then I have a net increase for this category of 12,464.
I have 18,763.
64. Okay.
Um,
For total on the salaries, we've got 220,372.
Yep.
Okay.
223.72.
220, how much?
223, 72, 86.
What'd you say, what's the total you have for the?
223,7.
No, for the
For the
vote.
changes, an increase of 12,464.
Okay,
But when we're doing versus,
I had 12.
Did you take the 300 out?
No,
I took
okay.
300 out and then so associations of town goes to 3,300. And then the records and repairs goes to 0. And then office and miscellaneous goes to 8,500.
Right.
So let's see what I did from.
Going in the wrong direction here, folks.
Yep.
town board 2,500.
Now, I believe I have the 2,500 for this year. Because the total to implement that software was 10,500, which I have in my budget. So I don't think necessarily we need to add the 2,500 in for 2024.
Okay,
Oh,
I thought that was the maintenance.
Yeah, I thought that was the annual contract maintenance.
It's all included in this implementation, 10,500 flat for this year. And then
Yeah.
next 2025, it's 2,500 all included.
Would we have to renew in the fourth quarter of 2024?
that I'll double check over. I don't believe so. Annually, it was 2,500.
Okay, we'll double check that one.
Okay, I'm gonna
I'll
highlight
have to go
that.
through the contract. again.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'll highlight that to come, we'll circle back.
I'm getting 12.
No, I'm not getting what you guys are getting, so
so the difference in,
we're doing
In the-
supervisor versus,
well, the town clerk, the difference, in salary is a plus $9,464.05.
yeah,
6, 4.
Association of Towns, the difference is plus 800.
right,
Records repair is minus 300.
no, all right.
Office and miscellaneous is plus 2,500.
Plus 25? Oh, all right, that's where I'm, well,
12,464.
I'm still getting 11,964. I think my formula's funky. I'm gonna fix it. Let me
you get rid of this one. There.
Just make sure that, yeah,
Is your supervisor tentative, right?
Well, that's what I was thinking. My supervisor tentative is
86,000,
220,000.
208,
81.
right.
And then my town board is 232,172.86.
You counting in the 500?
Um,
That's an equipment.
Go to the town clerk's salary.
Nope, I'm not counting the 500 in equipment. Thank you.
I don't know what's going on with yours.
Stop it.
So I don't know what's going on with yours. The equipment's coming out or you're leaving it?
Leaving it.
500, okay. Records repair came out, okay. Let me just sum this.
I was missing
see what
something.
that-
Shelby's got it right, that's the main thing.
Right, pretty much. Comes up to $1 million.
It's nice to.
I just like to know when I look at it later that it's not totally wacky.
okay.
Should be now. Yep, now we got it.
What number you getting?
12,464.05. BJ's just tossing her hands up.
That's it, I just have to figure it out myself.
Okay, next is town attorney. Proposal is 3%. The only change is training, conference, travel. I had added 3%, but we'll bring that back down to 2,000. That's the only actual change I have, unless you want to discuss the salary.
Good with the rid of salaries now.
Okay, so you have the change in the travel, conference and travel,
Right, so
minus $240. Okay, next is engineer. Same thing, proposal was made. I proposed a 3% increase. I also proposed professional services at 20,000 and Joe proposed 12,000. So obviously we'll go with his 12,000, but that gives you room to compensate because he's taking over more professional services. Did you want to compensate him in salary?
I know this isn't near where he wanted, but we could go to, just keeping in mind some comments that were made in executive session, we could go to 149,496.
Based on the travel type thing, you deferring thing.
No, really based on relative,
But he mentioned that, exactly. Okay,
yeah,
I remember.
yeah,
I didn't write it down for him, I wrote it down for Stevens.
yeah.
I wasn't thinking travel, I was thinking more, he's proposing that we save, $8,000 in, professional services. That's substantial, so,
It's not really a savings though, Terry. Is it?
That would be a wash.
Because it's just a savings versus what you proposed.
it's a $3,000 savings, okay.
Um,
Well, depends how you look at it. mean, we modified the budget to 74,000.
I know, but we had big doings.
Yeah, yeah.
And we're gonna get some of that back, right? Is that
Yes.
the idea?
Pretty much all of it.
I'm comfortable with the 2,000. Still keeps us down.
So,
It'll be minus 6,000 following it.
So you're going 149 or 69? What was happening?
Yeah, 149.
149,496. 149,500.
I just hate,
Like round numbers.
yeah, I hate.
Okay, so that category is minus 6,000. No, now it's not. Now it's,
Above should be 150.
now it's $5,996.
so, but professional services, we're taking to 12,
To 12.
like proposed? Okay.
Yes.
And line 1420.1 should be 150 if we're gonna do this little rounding thing,
Which one?
Stephen.
So what is that going up 1,500?
Oh, wait, we're back up
Oh,
to the
150?
Yeah.
So that should be
Just the
150.
whole, you wanted round, you know.
Okay, yeah, I like that.
Do we have a thought of, as to when we're
Are
gonna
you going
satisfy my stomach?
149.5?
I don't know, that part's already in my protein bar.
One order
His
pizza.
salary, 149.5 or
One order pizza?
Something, I brought a
Joe,
sandwich.
I have
I thought he brought
149.5.
Okay, all right.
Steve and I have 150.
And then,
Okay. So what's the change in engineer? What's the dip?
Oh, an engineer?
Yeah.
I have negative, or 5,996.
I have 5,996 as well.
5,996, okay.
Yeah, I agree with Sean.
Okay, green options,
Excel. Sorry, just had to say that.
what's that?
I said I love Excel.
Green options, no changes.
You should have seen it.
Public Works,
Oh, when you first started?
And it was all handwritten, yes.
yeah.
Oh, no,
And then putting in changes after the fact, the percentage.
oh, God.
my first year here, yeah. I'm sitting there like trying to get this spreadsheet solved, trying in the middle of the meeting.
Okay, Public Works, the only change I have is taking Brian's name off the. That's the only thing I have. Anybody have any notes on anything?
Oh, wait,
Right,
Well, the
on
overtime,
overtime, full house weekends, so they were supervisor said 17,500, department proposed 1,300, 13,000.
Okay,
But, no, why did you feel the need to justify that?
I didn't, I just, I should have, I could have put that down to 1,300, 13,000.
Wait, green options, I had a
Oh.
note. We have been carrying over the
Grant,
You should go with the
grant.
proposed number.
The
You have $4,450 left of that $5,000 grant.
How much left?
4,450.
Wow.
Well, we started.
That would be reflected on the, it was 5,000 originally.
4,700.
we just spent,
Oh, this year.
Yeah, 50.
And then we used $250.
We only used 250 for the Sylvester Manor thing?
Yeah.
I thought it was gonna be like close to 1,000.
No, we limited the
Unless
buckets.
Tim has other stuff to give me.
there should
It
be.
was just the labels for the
there
buckets
should
he
also be
posted.
buckets. You should also get a bill for buckets.
I don't think he's given me that yet.
Right, yeah,
Do you want me to
because,
look it up and tell you how much it should be?
yeah, I was gonna say, we have it in an email proposal.
what's your point, where I'm going?
Just
It can change.
the town, the budget shouldn't be 5,200.
They always keep 500 as just a base
Yes,
for
500,
office and
yes,
miscellaneous, and then the remainder is
We pull from fund balance because we got.
the grant.
$5,000
Okay.
grant.
So
Here, we
So you want to make that 500?
no.
What the hell are you saying? I'm not.
Okay. I'll start at the beginning. They
What are you
got it.
recommending?
So their budget usually for office and miscellaneous is $500.
Right.
They got a grant for
Right.
$5,000. So they didn't use it that year, so they asked
Right.
next year, our budget be 5,500, but pull the 5,000 out of fund balance, because that's where the money rolled into
Right.
when it was unspent. So now this year, we're spending some, so it's gonna be whatever is left over from the 4,700 that we started the year from that grant. So it's gonna be like $1,000, so then the grants.
So why don't we just put 500 in and encumber the rest?
But we like to show things broad so we know what we're doing. And it also helps us track
Is there
it.
a
But
time
we will
limit
know
on
what we're
this
doing
grant?
until we know what's left.
There's no time limit on the grant?
No, they just, Tim is good, he goes back to them and checks in with them to make sure it's an allowable expenditure.
Why don't we put that in your grants?
Or if you wanna just estimate 1,000 for right
It's
now.
It's easier,
Yeah.
because then it's in the line.
So what's your recommendation here?
We're waiting for Meg to pull up the,
I think I have it.
I can look too.
The buckets?
Yeah, that came from Sarah, I think.
Right, but her numbers
My wife can't wait till I empty it.
fixed it.
Mine's
The
getting,
bugs, the bugs are, I had to put it outside.
Flies.
I had it on the porch,
Yeah.
yeah.
moved that outside, but I was always worried about the raccoons opening it up, you know?
The only hope for the flies are the old-fashioned fly paper, which is so attractive hanging
No,
next to your bucket.
no, in the house.
Dead flies.
Yeah.
But it works.
How much?
$1,145.10 should be the total that comes
That
out.
includes those.
That includes the stickers, yeah. Cause the label should have been like $320 or something like that, ish.
Give me that number one last time, I'm sorry.
$1,145.10. I think that's what we did in the resolution.
Do.
So it sounds to me like the bottom line of $5,200 can be modified.
Do what?
Amber's gonna tell us exactly.
Yes, so that number becomes $4,055. So I'm not putting pennies in.
Yeah.
And then,
1,055?
The cover sheet, yeah.
and then on the cover sheet, Shelby, if you just put the full at $3,555. So let me do the same, so I don't forget.
Moving right along.
Okay, it's minus
It's now-
$1,145.
But not really.
Not really.
Like, don't count the green
Yeah.
options because,
Don't count it?
not the savings,
Okay.
because dang it, it's pulling that much less from fund balance to cover it.
Okay,
Okay.
all right, so Public Works.
There is a method to the madness, and Shelby knows it, so that if I get hit by a truck, you know it too. Someone knows
Now, we're more thinking that you could get hit at home plate
it.
by a zealous.
Saturday or
A
Sunday.
zealous 50-year-old that wants to score, to run, and take out the catcher.
If they put me back in as catcher.
We have,
No one
are you
forgets.
playing?
Yeah, I signed up to play. I did 2 years ago.
Were you in college or high school
I
player?
thought it was last year.
I didn't last year because I was at, I think either
You
high
were
school
away.
reunion or funeral
Yeah.
last year.
Yeah.
But no, so I didn't play last year. We had.
Yeah.
4 of us could play. Heaven forbid somebody hit a
So
bar.
no comments on Public Works?
No, there's got
Oh, yeah.
Wait a minute, big one for me is custodians.
The custodians. you
Custodians, I believe we've
Yeah.
garnered some efficiencies with some personnel changes that will carry through 2024. And my number there is 55,000.
Mine's too.
Okay.
And the other one was overtime, right, so we already settled it.
So we're going from 66 to 55?
Yes,
Yes.
so we were also taking, yes, so that was an $11,000 savings. And then we're picking up another 7,500 on overtime.
Which, just pray to the weather gods.
And then the.
So what's your final number for-
The overtime number is now what?
13, didn't we say 13?
I wrote down 10.
Oh, you wrote down
I
10?
had 13 and then I
Oh.
overwrote it down to 10.
Let's go with the 10. We're not getting anywhere because we're
And
gonna.
custodians we brought to 55.
Yes, because in 2022, we had $9,500 worth of overtime.
Right.
We're not tracking to that. And that overtime isn't weather dependent.
Oh,
It's
right.
dependent upon what the custodians or
Yes, that's right.
Um,
That was COVID, we were still.
Debbie.
Right, because
Yes.
double cleaning and things like that.
Yes.
It's Debbie, it's Amanda, it's the custodians.
Okay.
So you picked up $18,500.
All right, now,
That's something.
Parks and Beaches needs a new rake is one of my notes, but that would not come out of, this would be capital equipment, wouldn't it be, a new rake? That's a big thing that they pull behind.
Near the beach.
I don't remember seeing that in capital equipment budget.
No, because it wasn't,
I think it
wasn't
was,
submitted at the time.
yeah, I think it was Ken mentioning it here, but I'm not sure.
The ground and maintenance, why was that low?
Now, this is another,
Because these are the, yeah, I guess.
You said we can combine ground and maintenance with parks and beaches.
Just as future thing, Amber, next year, springtime, when we sit down with the Crescent Beach, Sunset Beach, since we do rate the entire beach, you know, and how about some of those maintenance costs be encumbered by, you know?
Sunset Beach picked the price up for the entire,
Yeah.
this year.
yeah,
The entire bit?
Yeah.
I thought they were only doing
No, they said they pay for all,
the whole thing.
So
they're
Okay.
contributing.
All right,
Have
yeah.
have they
Okay.
given us that money yet?
I don't know.
Yes,
Oh, okay.
but you're doing a resolution like
Okay, I
separate.
was just gonna say it.
Just out of curiosity,
Got
on the pump out of the bathrooms, was it 6 or 7 pump outs total, or about 6? Last year, I thought we had 7
About that.
Over $8,000.
$7,000.
Yeah, that thought it was in the $7,000 or $8,000 range. All right, that's something we should know. It's good. Happy to hear that.
So the question on parks and beaches and ground maintenance, I wasn't at the meeting with,
I answered my own question. I remember he saves up for the end of the year
yeah.
and then does all the maintenance on the mowers and all this stuff, just in case something comes up and he has to buy.
Right, which is why we're.
Right.
under budget here.
That's why I was like, why is it so under
In
budget?
21, he had a decent amount left over and he did what he does is puts it towards future purchases. Last year, the big pull from that account was the flagpole.
right?
Yeah.
That makes sense.
This year, the big pull could be the, rake,
rake.
beach rake.
Beach rake, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, that's good. No, what's that?
Another thing that I had, was mower repairs was the next line,
Mm-hmm.
the 1490.416. If that 5,000 should get moved to
Parts account.
DA, DA.
Or the DA?
It's DA 5130. Okay, so we gotta take that out of here. Minus 5,000. We could go up one, please, or two. Jetties and bulkheads. Can this be WMAC is my note?
That, I have the WMAC poll question mark.
Yeah.
I think that we didn't, and that's like part of the whole WMAC fund balance thing that we should
Right, that-
have to regroup on.
Right.
Everything that you see is your spreadsheet got the highlights.
Yeah.
Those are money, that's gonna be used, that's waterways monies.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we did the jetties and bulkheads because when we looked at it last year, the pull from waterways we were adding in too much.
Yes, there wasn't
Needed
enough
to bring it
revenue.
back down because we didn't want the balance to drop below
I also thought we
150,000
didn't
or
feel that
something.
jetties and bulkheads were really waterways. It was more waterfront, you know, it was
Correct,
more.
and I agree with that.
I think our-
Amber, I agree with that number, that's why I was asking for that before. I think the safe number there is 150,000. We've been over 3 at times. But we vacillate, you know, most of the time we're in the 2s, lower, mid, or high.
But talk again about why you want that kind of balance.
We don't want a balance, we're offsetting,
She wants a balance.
well, we want to offset, all these highlighted ones, we want to be able to offset with revenue. From
Right.
mooring fees.
Right.
And Amber wants a cushion that we keep in there for unexpected.
If we had a failure.
Emergency, right.
Yeah, I mean, if it was, storm related, we might be able to get FEMA money or
Yeah.
Like
insurance
Dawn
money
Lane,
for it.
Dawn Lane,
But
Yeah.
Right.
some
that
of it
type
may
of
not be
thing.
covered, so just,
Yeah.
But it's a failure of a bulkhead. That's what you're talking about.
Right.
yes.
So if you are gonna cover, use WMAC reserve, I'll call it, to cover the repair of an emergency repair of a
Dawn Lane.
bulkhead, why would we not then, same thing apply to the maintenance of the jetties and bulkheads, at least the bulkheads?
Let's highlight it and
Yeah.
then when we do the analysis,
Okay,
because we have more of the mooring fee increase rolling on.
right, and I'm
Which
just,
actually I never just did that analysis done.
The fact that emergency at Dawn Lane impacted other projects.
Yeah, Condon Creek.
Condon Creek is,
you know, this K, what is this, 90, section 90 town code, K, 5-K. Revenues collected hereunder shall be applied primarily to the administrative expenses of the chapter, primarily, that's interesting, and to projects and services associated with the management, protection, and enhancement of town waters and town-owned underwater lands. So enhancement, protection of town waters, I don't think it's a stretch to say the bulkheads and jetties, so if we do have the money, let's,
Okay, so I got highlighted to revisit.
yeah, because that could be significant. I mean, that's nuts, that's 20 grand, but still, since we're failing so miserably, it's fine. It's significant.
Yeah.
Okay, I have two.
Anything else from Brian?
All right, let's see. I think everything else was pretty darn reasonable.
Yeah, we are.
Under dredging,
Well,
I made a note there,
Moved to, yeah.
moved to WMAC, that was,
Dredging.
I have that, that's one of the
Yeah, that is-
highlighted areas that we're taking, using WMAC money.
Yeah, we are already.
Yeah.
okay.
and then we were keeping, just in case, the parks and beaches bathroom maintenance.
Mm-hmm.
That's more than just Crescent Beach, it always
Yeah.
also covers
Right.
weeds.
Am I right? We just went back into the negative 11,500?
Wait, but
No,
did we use that money?
We didn't use any of it this year.
That's what I'm asking, you know.
What do you mean?
We need that big of safety valve or?
1490.497.
Only because, I mean, you talked about the
Oh,
history of those
that's-
bathrooms being old, and now we have brand new.
Yeah, but it's the vandalism, I guess we need to.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
you
I
know.
don't know, last year we had vandalism, I don't think we've had.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's safe to say the new one, we don't have to worry, well, I shouldn't say that.
And the pump out is in a
The
different.
vandalism at Waits Beach, you mean?
Yeah,
Pump out
Yeah, that cost us some money in 2022.
so the question is, do we need that much in
No, that's where the pump out
main
comes out of.
bathroom?
out of
maintenance?
So like the
497.
We didn't use
resolution
any.
Right.
to accept the money, we'll have that
What did we use last year?
there.
Yeah, so we'll post and.
I don't think this line,
There.
yeah, we just had everything coming out of Parks and Beaches last
Okay.
year, and then we decided to separate out, so you could see how much
Yeah.
the pump outs would cost.
Yeah,
So this is kind of the pump out line.
yeah.
Yes, let me see.
Do you know how much it cost us in maintenance?
Didn't cost us anything this year.
Well, no,
Well,
but I mean,
Waits,
Around 8 grand.
okay.
Yeah, I think Sunset Beach paid us 7.
just out of curiosity, at Waits Beach, we initially, 6 years ago, put in the beginnings of what looked like an IA system in the, behind the thing. We ever convert that over?
Nope.
So why? That's my question.
I don't know.
Why did
Let
we,
me answer that.
why did we put that system in the ground? It's in the ground, everything was done with it.
Yeah, it's fitted,
Is it
it's not completed and we haven't expended the money from WQI to complete that IA conversion.
It became a bigger project.
Yeah, I was gonna say, a much bigger project.
And we need to ask the question, is the intent to do that in the near future? That would be paid for.
If there's money in this year, would we not try to
I think
encumber it?
I think part of it, I mean, we need to bring Brian in to ask that question.
Yeah.
Because I think Jay was very big on it. Jay and John, like, got the whole thing started. And then Brian came in and I thought
I don't wanna say
the ramp
concluded.
up,
Pull
the-
Joe in too.
yeah, the
because it's
ramp
health
up time.
department.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I thought the ramp up time for when it would become actually functional and give some benefit was in question because of the short season.
Well, it's not as much of an issue as the the requirements that the health department was putting on the system. It expanded the system significantly. It made it significantly larger than what we currently have there.
Okay.
So talk to Joe.
Okay, because we have $20,860 set aside in WQI money for that.
Oh,
So if it's not going to get
done, right.
20,000, how much?
20,860.
Yeah, because they did the calculations based on parking spaces, not on.
Yeah, that's what the county wants it
Not on the
on.
flow rate of the
Right.
bathroom, which
Would have been a huge system,
based on parking spaces makes it enormous, like
Right.
an enormous system.
biggest thing on the island.
And yeah, and instead of basing it off the flow rate of that restroom itself, which we actually have monitoring on, so we can tell them exactly what the flow rate is. So
Oh.
we were attempting to have a negotiation with them, can we utilize the flow rate that we've collected over the past few years as our standard flow for that system and size it appropriately as opposed to sizing it for the parking lot, which if you calculate how many people per car per parking spot, that's where it gets insane.
Yeah.
So that was a negotiation that had to happen with the health department.
So you want to task Joe with that? I mean,
I'm writing that down.
okay.
I'll
We're tasking Jim with that.
Well, because at that point, I think we had only had 1 year of logging what the flow was in that, like metering. Thank you, metering.
Yeah.
So if we have multiple years of metering that shows consistent data that this is the flow, then it's a stronger argument for the health department.
Yeah.
So in other words, you want me to go with the flow?
Ah, ah, ah.
And you don't want me to poo-poo this?
Oh, please.
That's strictly off the record.
Where's Father Chris? Channeling him.
Okay, so in Public Works, we've eliminated 18,500 and we moved 5,000 to DA.
Progress is our most
So-
important product.
Town Board Buildings,
Nothing.
nothing?
Just
Hey,
real quick.
IT Media,
Wait a minute, but, oh, okay, repairs and maintenance is low because of next door, okay. Right?
I propose that we go to 1 o'clock, have a lunch break and then pick it up so that we're not forced to like zip
Yeah.
through this stuff, you
Yep.
know, plus you get hungry. So we got another half hour, no?
Yep.
Is that okay?
When's the pizza coming?
Christina, IT Media, I wasn't here for that,
It'll be
but
12:45, yeah.
45?
yeah.
Okay.
I brought some food, but I just don't
Have one
want
to do media, IT Media.
Oh, okay, yes.
So wait, town board buildings, we said that's just gonna stay the same?
There was just,
Yes, no changes there.
Okay.
Okay, so then, let me just go this over. So IT and media, there we do have some changes. So,
We can knock down the over.
Hold on.
yeah, I was gonna say that overtime we could cut because we're not, we've got it covered within everybody's duties.
Amber, just, I don't mean to go back up. The buildings, are we satisfied with the, at the medical building, what we charge for electrical and, heating and things of that nature?
Isn't it
It's in a
meeting?
different,
Oh, that's a different
Yeah,
area? Okay,
Yeah.
okay, all right, okay.
That's, we have medical centers
All
in
right,
place,
okay. All right,
yes.
thanks.
Okay, so for IT and media, so we can cut the overtime
Okay.
to 0 for Kevin. And then the equipment stays at 33. And
The equipment's staying at 33? I thought we were gonna use. Where did the?
Wasn't that
town
hers?
Clerk 30 grand,
and maintenance.
that's in maintenance.
The equipment is hard
That's where I got
assets.
confused. Hard, okay.
So what we're doing with the maintenance line is Jerry had taken the 99,980, cut it, and then added 30, which the number can be 110,480.
110, 480?
Rather than 122,
Correct.
110,000,
Let me just double check to
480?
make sure.
we just said 480?
Yes,
Yes.
because it is, I wanna just double check, because I wrote it down, but it was the 99,980, which Kevin gave us, which is a hard number. We need all of those pieces
So we
of
took the
software that we
overtime out.
need.
That's
Okay.
out.
Mhm.
And we're adding 10,500.
We're down to maintenance.
Yeah,
We
for-
took that from
think
122.
Amber said she
right,
can
to
find that in her budget this year.
Yeah.
Is she, if she's on, she
Yeah,
can jump in.
110, 48.
I think she has that money and we can encumber it if she gets a contract.
This year.
Yeah, or she can
That would be.
use that money this year.
Amber, are you listening?
Sorry, yes, I'm here.
Okay. So you're finding the money for your software in 2023?
Yes, so I still have balances left in the deputy line and there's balances left over in office miscellaneous. Because I transferred some money because I planned on buying new desks and new equipment. But obviously the software is more important, so whatever I have left over after that, that's what I planned on doing with other things with the office.
Okay, good. All right.
All right,
So then that goes down to 99,980
Which line?
maintenance. It's the 1680.476.
99,
980.
980.
Can we just make it 100?
$20.
Oh, sure. I mean, I know Kevin has a detailed
You watch
line.
Monk?
No. We can make it 100,000.
Good show.
I just.
Although, yes, Jerry.
Like, these things just drive me crazy year after year.
So making it 100?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's.
So we've gained 23,500 in this.
So right now I have us gaining in total $54,496.61.
God, we're almost 0.5%.
We're getting there, guys.
23.5?
Yeah.
A good one. Okay, town board, other items? Those numbers. Contingent, Amber, you,
I haven't had a chance to finish that calculation.
Okay.
So.
so just
I will
highlight that one.
Highlight it, yes. Yeah.
Okay.
What does that involve?
That's
Contingent?
Yes.
We have, generally, we put in a certain number for just covering the unexpected things during the course of the year. And then we also were in contract negotiations with PBA and Highway. So we put in an estimated increase of where we think we're going to land with negotiations. But we don't want to tip our hand, so we put it there. But if we can finalize the contract negotiations before we put the budget to bed, we will
Right.
reallocate.
If you look at what we adopted and what we modified, it was the same thing last year. We had 2 outstanding contracts. And when we modified it, we took that money out.
Try to do that.
Okay, next is police. The first thing I have is the new car. Anything before that,
The
Brenda?
MTA payroll stays the same, right?
No, I mean,
Wait, where are you?
MTA payroll.
MTA payroll,
That, I think.
No, it
Barbara
went up.
calculates.
Yeah.
This is
Yep, from Barbara.
based on Barbara
Yeah.
upgrade.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It stays the same for what we proposed. It went up from last year.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, there was a percentage, they increased the top percentage a little,
Right.
right?
Okay, so the first thing in police that I have is the new car. Again, chief gave us what it cost this year. I took what we budgeted last year and tried to split the difference. But reality is, what it cost is what it cost, so,
The actual was 52K, wasn't it?
yes.
Okay.
So I'll go up to 52.
Yeah.
Okay. And the next one I have is the telephones, and that should be telephone slash modems. There's more than just the phones. And again, the chief projected that out to be 22,000. We went from 16.5, so I tried to cut it down a little, but he felt that that's a real number, 22,000.
So we're gonna bring that back up to 22,000?
Yes.
Those are the only two notes I have.
ARPA money, bottom line contracts, which,
So that, we're gonna go over everything,
okay,
you know, that's at the end, we'll do that with
all right.
revenues.
Just refresh me, I'm drawing a blank for a second. Where are the tasers? What line are they?
That's contract.
Pages are in
491.
capital, I think.
No, he said that's in point four nine
Yeah,
one,
491.
10,000. He said
Oh, it's in
these are contracts for 10,000.
Oh, yeah, right, and radio.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, right,
Just want to make sure.
okay.
So the
All right,
ARPA,
so just write yourself a note there, ARPA.
Yeah, I had
Yeah.
111,000 for that line, because I had the tasers included in this, you can take out 10K in cap.
I mean, if you wanna go over that now, we can.
ARPA?
Yeah.
No, not
I
yet.
mean, related to this lines.
No, let's do it at the end because we're not going to reduce these expenditure lines
Right,
because we're going to
anticipated
actually
revenue.
spend them. It's on the pulling from fund balance because the ARPA money is sitting in fund balance right now. So when we're pulling that money out of fund balance, that happens on the cover sheet
Gotcha.
Oh,
Okay,
because we want to show
okay.
like,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
that makes sense.
Okay, anybody else have anything on police?
no.
Okay, jail, everything stays the same?
Hold on one second.
So actually, did you want, yeah, so that was an increase.
Was an
So we
increase
increased
of,
5,500.
55?
yeah,
I have 5, or am I missing 5?
3,500 new car.
I have, the new car I had at 52,000,
Yes.
yeah,
From
from
48.5.
48.5.
48.5,
Yeah. Yes.
and then I had telephone and modems go to 22,
Yep,
and then
That's it.
contracts stayed the same, so
You could pull that 10,000 for what you were talking about with the
No, I-
contracts on the.
yeah, 3,500 in the, new car and 2,000 in the, modems.
okay.
Shelby, can you pull up jail attendance for a couple of years? 3150.1.
Yeah, BJ, I'm probably with you on that. I would say that we could probably tweak that down if you wanted to. But I just want you to understand that we're tweaking that down because we're spending more in overtime for police officers on that role. With the changes in law throughout the state, I can't let a police officer leave an arrest until the DA reviews the complete packet. So we are spending a little less in jail, but quite frankly, at the end of the year, I usually shift that to overtime because we end up short on overtime. But I would agree with you that that isn't that accurate because that number is less because, you know, we had somebody last night, I had a police officer in most of the time because we needed it for paperwork reasons.
Okay.
It's better off to leave it there and we can transfer it. That's what I'm seeing.
Two, that was 20.
Yeah. And that includes transfers that he might have made to overtime. I don't know, Jim, if you're comfortable, I wouldn't mind going to 5,000 based on the last 2 years.
No,
Which includes-
I'm comfortable with that. I have no problem.
Just going to 5,000 rather than 75.
Yeah,
And that'll force me in the future to kind of look at that on the other line, the actual line, instead of balancing it that way.
Right,
yeah.
okay, next is animal control. This, we had a discussion with Bo and Dr. Bevelacqua and the chief the other day. If we go down to deer reduction management, they had proposed deer reduction management and habitat
Can
management,
we stay up top just for a second?
on which,
I have a suggestion written down about animal control.
Yes.
Jenny?
well, no, can I go the other way?
Okay, go the other
That's how I'm
way.
getting to it, that's how I'm
Alright.
getting you the money.
Alright.
Okay, so we have deer reduction management. I had kept at $60,000, which it was when we had the four-poster and we had committed that we would keep that money for reduction. So they broke it down this year to deer reduction management and habitat management. 36,000 and 20,000 for a total of 56,000. So if we go with their 56,000, that's 4,000 less than I proposed. And I'm proposing we take that 4,000 and put it in Jenny's salary.
Yeah. I was not comfortable with the presentation, knowing what things are gonna cost. That's all, you know, I mean, I just can't be, it was a little vague. But you know, about what's gonna get spent next year in habitat management.
Right.
Say that again.
Was no real plan.
I just want to make
Yeah.
sure, like, that's what you're saying.
That's what I'm
We
saying.
don't know what the costs are and therefore you don't want to budget it.
Yeah, or I wanna budget it, but I'm just uncomfortable with the number.
Okay, so I.
Well, the plan to me is twofold. One, that CPF has to get a hell of a lot more organized with their lands.
Yes.
And their management. Then we have to decide what town lands are not part of the CPF that, you know, we need to use this money for.
Right.
So, right, so to what Jerry's saying, for this line item, I don't think we can justify it yet, the habitat management for this specifically. I think that Deer and Tick should work with CPF and start the program on CPF properties.
Yes.
Once they have a program that they've established works and they have the group of people that are gonna work to do it, then expand it to town-owned properties, once you know what the cost and the time and the expenditure will be, with an actual budget line item saying, we wanna work on these 3 town-owned properties, this is what the cost will be to implement it. But I think that they can start this habitat management program on CPF properties using CPF monies as part of their stewardship plans. So I think that partnership should happen now, and once they have that established, then come to us and say, now we wanna apply this to town-owned lands, this is what we need.
Yeah.
And I don't think we're there yet.
Jim, my concern is, years ago, we had a specific hunter who was like unbelievable. I mean, he was a killing machine. And, you know, and we.
We mean that in a good way.
Well, he called the herd. And, you know, he was financially, you know, taken care of. And, I'd hate to take the money out if that's a potential, you know, recurring, if that could happen again. Because we try to call the herd, but it seems like we can't get the hunters anymore.
Well, first, there's 2 things here. Number 1 is doing this legally and above board.
Yes.
If you go back in time, maybe that roving midnight to 6 a.m. hunter in his truck going around the island and people picking up the phone saying, I hear gunshots at 3 a.m., what is that? And he said, oh, send a police car out, and there's nothing there. I think that was something that people probably will no longer tolerate.
No, but I thought he was that.
Going to the.
No, I think there was,
Tell me.
I don't want to say it because
Yeah,
I don't want, you know, it just wasn't, it just didn't stack up, I don't think.
I mean, I know.
So they'll buy like.
My-
Right, how much of that?
My big plan, when it talks about deer management is twofold. Number 1, you have to have recreational hunters and incentives for recreational hunters. And number 2 is, I think, the NUCOs. The NUCO program need to entice people to get trained, to pay for that training, to get out in that field, sign a contract with us saying that we pay for the NUCO training. This is what our goal is. You know, we'll cover the following cost and actually write up a contract with that person saying you must hunt and produce X number of deer per year. So when you hunt in the months of February, March, and have just 2 NUCOs and bow, they do meet a low end of a quota that they're trying to, you have goals every year. There would 80,
What's the
90, 100 doe.
Yeah.
Because then if you get that, say the inference of 100 doe and it's 1.5 fawns,
Yeah.
you're actually taking down potentially 250 more deer. That's why you have
I'll pay for how many we can get, but how many can we get? Newcomers, trained.
That's the problem.
That's the problem.
We don't know.
That's the problem.
What does it cost to train a newcomer?
It's not the training, it's getting them.
Oh, just getting them.
Yeah, and I think it's both an incentive and providing the incentive.
Yes.
But yesterday I was putting a blind up with with Dan at the Sanctuary Pond, with Dan. And Dan does the,
Where's Sanctuary Pond?
right behind the man, right across the street from the Manor House, that big pond.
Oh,
that's
oh,
behind-
right, okay.
behind Where Mike Gillespie used to live.
Yeah, yeah.
So that huge pond back there, which attracts a lot of great ducks in the wintertime. So we put that all in yesterday. Dan said to me, you know, he's one of the guys that does the butchering. And doing the butchering, he has made this, you know, he does in his own time, but he's very skilled at it. So we have now 2 people that actually do a lot of most of all the butchering and meets that end of it, which we used to not be able to have. So we gotta pay for those butchering costs as well, because that entices hunters to go out and get more and donate deer more and get more venison out to the public. But at the same time, securing more property, but to me, it's keeping recreational hunters. I guess, you know, what Julia's doing in terms of training new hunters, that's not gonna, you know, when you train a 15-year-old or a 19-year-old or something on bow and arrow, does that mean they're gonna become a future hunter? A certain percentage of these people may. I mean, Julia never hunted, and now she hunts, you know, so but she's not targeting the number of deer that Jerry is talking about. That's why it's important. And the last thing I'll say is with Bo, his time in February and March, if you don't free him up a lot and get him out in the field, you know, the major problem we had a year ago was Sylvester Manor, because to organize that over there, you had some health issues with Gunnar and his wife and stuff, and the hunting curtailed there. We used to produce, you know, I'm gonna use numbers like 60, 80, 90 deer out of Sylvester Manor, which you could take now because they're there. Mashamek is getting their quota all the time because they're really hunting all the time. You know, so it's.
So I guess my question really was to kind of, I think where Meg was going with it, do we want to cut back on the habitat management money, or do we want to keep it for the Nucos?
Here we
Is that kind of where you were going?
Here's some numbers from Shelby.
Okay, let's do numbers and then Jim has his hand up.
Oh, okay. 2020, this line
Just-
minus the flyover.
Okay,
This is just like the hunter
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
incentive
Right.
and deer butchery.
Okay,
and-
2020, 55,000. Okay, 2021, 25,000. 2022, 14,000.
No,
Oh, it's gone down.
it's not down, oh, sorry.
55,000,
Yeah.
14,000. I
Right.
wouldn't mind spending the 55,000. I have to be honest with you if it meant more dead deer.
The money was there, we just, we couldn't
For
spend
that,
it.
yeah,
And I mean, maybe part of that too was COVID, where people weren't working as much.
right, so they had the
And so,
time,
and it was also supplemental income.
and it was outdoors,
Chief?
the whole thing, chief, yeah.
If you're in agreement on not using the 20,000 for habitat maintenance, which it sounds like you are, I would recommend you cut the 20 out. And if we have a need for more funding for Nucos, let us come back to the board in the wintertime and say, wow, these Nucos did way more than we thought. We could then go to the a reserve fund for that. I think Bo projected our Nuco need based on what our reality is. And I've said that to you all along, that we try to keep our budget as real as possible. So if you're going away from the trails, I would take the 20 out and let us come back to you if we need more funding. And you can either choose to pull it from another fund or a reserve fund to fund it at that time if it's needed.
At 486.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at it and I say, keep the 36,000 for the deer reduction management and cut the 20,000 for the habitat management. And then what was the total number you wanted to give to Jenny?
I would,
Take her
the
up to
difference,
30.
to take the
Take her to
4,000 from, yeah.
So that's fine.
I just want clarification, Julia isn't teaching hunting, she's teaching archery.
I know. I
Yeah,
get that.
yeah, I mean,
No.
because you just, one of the two of you said hunting, she's
No.
teaching hunting,
No.
like that's,
Basic archery.
yes.
And the course
Yeah.
is
I
basic
mean,
archery.
maybe somebody someday will become a hunter, but.
Right.
So we're taking 20,000 out.
20,780.
Yeah, yesterday there was a big meeting at the Connor property on the West Neck.
780.
Was it
Jenny said
780?
30.
Oh, I was giving her the whole 4,000. Difference.
There was a meeting at the West Neck property. So Gordon was there, Tim was there, Mr. Shepherd was there, and they were looking at the plowing the stuff under, what do they call that?
Mugwort?
The ground,
Yeah.
mugboard. right?
Yeah, and then I got a phone call this morning, bright and early this morning, from a neighbor who's also, a lot of people stopped their car and wondered what was happening there. What was happening there was that we were tagging some of the evergreens to thin out the Christmas trees because they're literally growing together. And to transplant them up near the golf course along West Neck, which we did once before, but never watered them, and they all died, if you remember correctly, up at the top of the hill. But those trees are dying along there, and it's an accident ready to happen. People coming up a hill, people hitting hard golf balls down a hill. All you have to do is shank just a little bit to the right, and it's going right through a car windshield. So, having some type of program, that's a good use of those evergreens right there. But the other thing was to strategize. So the gentleman this morning said, Jim, you can actually pull these roots up. You get a bunch of volunteers and paid people. You meet on a Saturday, you go out there, everybody's goal is to pick 100, 200 of these up out of the ground. You get down on your hands and knees with a shovel and a little spade, and you pull these things up out of the ground. They are also going to thin some of the invasives that are growing around the bend, the trees that are, the locusts that are growing there. Those things will stay active for a decade or more after you cut them. So all those locust trees that sent the runners out underneath, they pop trees up. That's just the way it happens.
Let's
take a break.
We're gonna take a 20-minute break,
Let's say 1:30.
1:30 break. Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Slowly.
Okay. Anybody online?
Oh, we had
Oh,
Amber
Julie?
and Julie. Okay, so we left off with NIMS.
Okay, I think we're at page 13. NIMS Emergency Management, that stays the same. Is it, yeah, it stays the same. Town social worker, I had a note here, we were gonna ask Alla if, you have the social worker liaison, we wasn't sure if she needed to, add any funding to that. So I'll just highlight that, just to
Yeah,
touch base with
Yeah,
her and
got to.
see if there's any.
Yeah, because 500 doesn't.
It doesn't seem enough for professional service
Right.
if she's gonna have a mentor or.
Seems like one session.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe two.
Two, but that doesn't seem.
Okay. Okay, EMS is the next one. Again, we didn't discuss it, but Jack had asked for longevity, and I told him the board stance was his position doesn't qualify for longevity. The other real issue is the salary, the ALS coverage per diem, going from 241,000 to 431,250. Everything else,
Ambulance maintenance, took $1,000 off. And travel and meetings, $1,000 off.
Wait, where did we take? Oh, I see. Ambulance maintenance.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, okay. So nothing, we're not proposing any changes from the supervisors, but the ALS coverage, like. I know we're gonna cut that. I was gonna say, some of us are divided on it.
No, I'm fine with it, but here's an argument that you can tell me for a bunch of reasons. I'll try to make it short because it might be totally wrong. But in my mind, if there were a comfortable cushion in fund balance to take half of that this year, in our minds,
Because it's a 1.5% increase of the budget.
and so next year, then you take the other, then
Right,
next
so
year,
we're
it's
just
another.
building in, like, so
Yeah.
if we did half, then like we're hitting the budget 3/4% this year, and then we've got a built-in automatic increase of 0.75%.
Next year, I know, but it does help the taxpayer to spread these out.
Yeah.
I think if you can. And that's my only solution to this, I don't know
Yeah.
anything else.
I think it's gonna come down to what Amber decides. She's-
But we see the fund, no, it's
Well, no, what's the real nut, right, we're waiting.
Yeah,
to get,
no, where the fund balance is, but yeah, I mean, just in general, just using fund balance to cover operational things.
It's not a smart idea.
Isn't, yeah, because then next year we just start off behind
Yeah.
to begin with.
I know, but this is such a chunk.
Yes, it
And
is.
and
it
not
is.
not reoccurringly increasing. It'll be
Yeah.
increased, but in a normal line, not in this, not a doubling,
Yeah.
of a big item, so
And
I'm
maybe,
just.
you know,
And again, the way Shelby and I read the fund balance is that, we've been building it up. So Amber wants to make sure those numbers are correct.
Yeah, because it just,
before
it
we,
didn't look right to me. I couldn't tie into what my
Right.
expectation was to where
Right,
it seemed like something was not.
No, I went into that meeting before Jack walked in here, sharing some of the same feelings BJ had about questioning it, about the worth of it, and, was it an 80-10, an 80-20 split, between day and night, between, calls? But 41% of them have occurred between 7 PM and 7 AM, and then I started looking at some of the other things, and the vehicle that's here, and the medicines that are here, and the qualifications, the training opportunities, and everything else. And then I think about, the reality is, God forbid, you leave office, but you don't leave office. You leave office and something happens tragically to somebody next February, March, and they say, I don't want to be walking in anywhere and say somebody that's on your watch, you turn this down, plus my father, my mother, my sister, my brother, my son and daughter, their lives. I just think it's, what is a human life worth? It's worth whatever.
Can't put a
There is-
price
you
on it.
can't put a price on it, especially if it's something close to you. So, it's a hard reality. The other thing I was thinking of, with all the other things I hear floating around out there, when you cut something like this and say, yeah, but you're adding this and you're adding that, whether it's the hydrologist or the planner or this one or that one, and you have these salaries, but here's a life and death situation, you're taking this possibly away. it's almost mission impossible to try to argue anybody, with this, so.
We did modify the budget this year. Okay, so, but we're still looking at a year-over-year increase, okay. Yeah, a little, okay. So there's nothing here,
There's really nothing like
There's
Really
it.
nothing.
Nothing, no.
okay.
Medical center?
Medical center's pretty much the same thing.
But no, somebody you start to have a question about the revenue side on that? What
The
we're-
electricity and the fuel, are we
If we're-
charging? Looks
right.
like we are.
This is
These
not
are the
revenue.
Yeah, this is the expenditure side, and if you go to page 27,
Yeah.
the A 2410,
Oh, 2410.
that's why I want to always sort of look at them side by side. Because we're getting rent, 21,295,
Say 24.
It's revenues on the bottom.
Oh,
page 27. Oh,
Yeah, you don't have to.
I'm sorry, page 2410.
okay, yeah.
After all.
Yeah. So the rent for the maintenance of the property plus all the utilities is a little under $2,000 a month. Basically, is what you're saying here.
What's under $2,000 a month?
Well, if you say it's 21,295, we're getting in revenue almost, that is rental fees. That is,
Yeah, the rent is the rent and that's negotiated. So then our repairs and maintenance, we just want to keep an eye on that line. But then the electricity, if we've paid out 2,400, and so far electricity reimbursement is 0.
This is
So I
all,
guess that's an Amber question.
yeah, I was gonna say that in the past, this is all town clerk
Okay.
handles that.
Why is it only projected at 1,000? Is this,
Reimbursement, it should be reimbursement, and if we have it on the other side, right?
is this the whole building though? Is
Yeah,
this-
the whole building is 4,100 for electricity, so that would be the three different units. But what percentage is the correct percentage to be billing them?
it's all based on the square footage. And some of the square footage is not paying rent. No.
Yeah, but I don't know.
Sorry, I
Don't they
missed
pay
the
for-
question. Oh, sorry, guys. I missed
That's
a
right.
question on my line.
Don't they pay for electricity at the medical center?
Okay.
Do you get checks? Have you gotten checks?
Yeah, I guess, or maybe you have to do the invoicing, Amber, to get the reimbursement.
So far off the top of my head, I'll have to recollect it when, again, but I know that they just send in a check from the medical center from Southampton.
Yes. Stony Brook.
That's probably just the rent. So, yeah, we need to get on the billing of the fuel oil and electricity.
Yes.
So I'll follow up with Rob as well.
Yeah, that would be
Yeah.
great.
I'm gonna just highlight those in the revenue section, so we circle back and just double check the lease.
You're getting that from the two portions of that medical center, not discounting what we do in the senior center.
Yeah. Check the lease with Dr. Kelt regarding utilities.
Yeah, that would be good to check off the top of my head.
Well, you've got nothing.
Yeah, I wanna see.
And
this.
Utilities also?
Yeah, nothing.
Maybe we could renegotiate that.
Yeah, we were trying to entice them to stay. It was a whole community keep
Correct.
campaign.
Correct.
Which is our rent, but,
Yes.
okay. So let's go back to, so we're just gonna see what the, break, actually, so that really, electricity, that should
Yeah, on
be,
the-
we should, yeah.
On the
alter that.
revenue side, yeah, I mean,
No, even on the, appropriation side, we should, well,
It should be equal.
yeah,
Well,
well, no,
they're never gonna be.
never gonna be.
well, that can be equal, but, if the seniors are paying part of it, it shouldn't all be in the medical center. In other words, do they have their own, does everybody have their own meter?
No, it's only paid by square footage. I thought it came into the place. And I don't think it was metered separately.
All right, so we need
I
to,
think you took it and you divided it by the square footage.
445 utilities in the senior center. Is that like cable or?
90% sure
is that
that's the case. There's a formula there based on square footage.
Yeah.
Some PSEG stuff
Okay, we'll check that.
in there. Yeah, we'll have to ask Rob too, because their office gets all those PSEG bills.
Yeah, let's just.
I'm actually gonna call him right now because it's going to bug me, so.
Okay, thank you. You've
All
got a
right.
bunch of people right on your same wavelength.
Next is highway. I wasn't here for Brian's meeting, so I'm not sure if you have any changes,
Let's see.
questions.
Gary?
This is page 15.
It was CDL stuff we moved,
Yeah,
CDL training,
and move to DA fund.
yeah.
Barry, you
But I
have a,
didn't have a dollar amount of how much we were moving.
The training, we went to two people.
You're moving
Two people at
6,000.
6,000 rather than 9,000.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, CD license and schooling, CDL drivers, rather than send 3 people, we sent 2 people, and it went from 9,000 to 6,000. And we moved to the DA fund training.
Oh, I had a question back up on superintendent. Highway
Okay.
Superintendent,
Mm-hmm.
a 2% increase
yeah,
instead of a 3%?
Is that what it comes to?
no, that's what you put a comment in.
I'm pretty sure I changed all of them to 3, so, but if you do the math, you wanna check it.
Yeah,
You should, you know, I might not have changed the note. I might not have changed the notes, but,
No, it should be 75,391. Oh, yeah, the formula, actually, what I'm looking at, that's 2%, I should just look there.
75391.
it's public works.
75,391 is what I got.
What'd you get?
75,391.
In the DA fund, just thinking about the training for this CDL,
Yeah, I have a call in to Brian.
as to where to put it, yeah, because, I mean, does it belong in brush and weeds, or?
Yeah.
It's,
Yeah.
Called him the other day, but he was not there, so.
yeah, because I mean, it's brush and weeds, is it? Should it be the DB roads,
Yeah, no,
or just not?
it's, well, isn't it mostly for people who are driving the trucks off island to
That
go
would be
deliver?
landfill, then.
Yeah,
That would be, yeah.
landfill, right?
Yeah.
I think he was,
He was explaining something about that. That it's not all just the,
because some of it was trucking the brush and, you know. I don't know if he needs, like, highway guys to have a CDL. Like, do the trucks require a CDL, they do road cleanup with some of the larger,
it's,
I know certain size dump trucks require CDLs, things like that.
yeah, because I think the guys that truck the stuff off island get that stipend for doing it, and they already have,
Their license.
yeah.
I'm gonna leave that at 9,000 then, or I'm proposing to leave it at 9,000, highlighted.
Yeah.
Because I don't wanna lose it.
Right.
You know, like yes, and then back over.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
okay. Town board other items is the same. Waterways management, This, again, okay, so this is what we discussed earlier.
So,
Gonna eliminate the 9,464 from this, that becomes 0. The 7,387.31 stays the same. But we have to add the clerk, actually, we can just change
Got that.
9,469 to 10,000. Okay? And take out
Because
Amber's
that's-
name.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Just make it clerk, and it's not Kay Martin, it's Catherine.
Okay.
We have to discuss that.
Oh, we have to discuss?
We need to talk to her about it, but,
I did,
oh, okay.
yeah.
and it's 10,000 even?
Yeah.
So,
I went over all the hours in there. It's an increase in our hours. Yeah,
okay, so,
okay?
and
Yeah, I think it just, at some point, because we've had some different moves and changes and stuff like that, at some point, I wanna sit down and like look exactly what,
the clerk is.
how all the pieces are fitting.
I have it.
There's a tab,
There's
or
clerk figure.
there's a
Clerk breakdown, yeah,
Fifty-seven.
but now, you know, would Catherine reflect that? Oh, yeah, there it is. 25. Oh,
I have enough,
that piece.
I have an update.
Yeah, I was
I'll
gonna
give
say
it to
it's not in
everybody.
mine.
Yeah. Okay, town
Yeah,
board
because there's no
other,
hours written in there.
yeah, I have it. Okay, town board other items, ferry study, publicity, and, American Legion, keep the same. Go down to the nutrition.
Shelby, maybe at some point, you know, like you have a tab, maybe a tab for WMAC expenditures, you know, a separate little sheet.
It's everything we're pulling.
Yeah. Since it's coming from, I mean, it's going to different places.
So we're up to ferry study?
Where, yeah, none of those change. So if we go to nutrition, the only change I have here is supplies and rent, office miscellaneous. We're at 24,600. I propose keeping it the same, but Kelly came in and made a proposal for 29,000. I think that was based on
She got a rent increase.
rent increase and
Which,
A6772.484.
okay.
Rent is going to 2,000, right?
So that line is going to,
29,000.
oh, okay, so. Yeah, I still want to keep it the same.
Well, I mean, we can try to cut other areas to compensate for the rent increase, but,
That is.
yeah.
That increased us 4,000. Zero increase.
Rent's 24 of that, and then
Yeah. $4,401. I don't have the.
444, I got 40.
Yeah.
Okay, I see what happened when I dragged the column. 4,400.
Okay. Next page, residential repair. Everything stays as proposed.
This is all reimbursed, right?
Right.
Yep. Next is Silver Circle.
There's a question about a driving grant.
Sergeant, shoot, what?
A test drill.
Okay, all I saw was shooter, okay,
Yeah, no, it's a test drill, active shooter drill at the shelter on school.
yeah.
And now my phone just now kicks it to me. I got a text message that was sent to me 40 minutes ago, just like 5 minutes ago. I'm getting no service.
Emergency alerts.
Yeah.
Emergency alerts lately.
I just need a new phone, mine's dying.
Okay, so next we're doing Silver Circle.
Okay.
Just doing some moving around of numbers between this and the senior center.
Senior center. I had the part-time assistant.
Yeah.
25,000.
Yeah, 25,214.
Yeah. Those are 27.8.
Yeah, I think
Which one? Senior center?
in the senior center,
A 6777.147.
I think I just took the rate.
What was the rate?
I think we changed the hours. No, we
Let me
didn't.
just check. $21 hours at 23:09.
Thank you.
So what's the total?
25,214.
Oh, okay.
$1,000 we're gaining on them.
Let's do.
Okay, the next one's senior shopping, that's all a wash. That's a county grant.
Wait a minute, did that fuel come here? Okay, so we just took fuel out from above, right? Fuel, we took it from senior
No, we took it from nutrition and put in, yeah,
but no, Silver Circle, right?
took it from Silver Circle and put it in drivers for,
AAA driver.
I have moving to senior center line, fuel. Oh, fuel was for, okay, for driving. See it in senior center line. I mean, is it folded into,
Moved it to AAA driver, I think.
well, that should have increased then, right, from last year?
You're going from 10.4
These
to
lines.
18.
Two, right, yeah.
Where are you?
145.145.
0.145, oh, it went, why would fuel go in the driver though? That's what I'm confused about.
Because it's all related to the driver, it's all the same category.
Right, but then down below, you have a AAA expenses and car maintenance.
Right.
Wouldn't that be a better place for it? I think.
Yeah, because it was only supposed to be the drivers.
Well, then it should be,
It's personnel services to personnel services. So if you go back page, the drivers under Silver Circle
Oh, yes, got that.
went to 0.
yeah, I mean, my note says move drivers fuel to senior center.
Right.
Didn't say which line to move it to.
7,000, no, 4,000. For the driver, let's say 4,000 then goes to,
13,500. The modified budget this year to 18,000.
right.
But I have a note on that line in particular to add the federal program. So Shelley, were you able to get together with Barbara on the transportation grant?
No, she was still looking in her files. She's like, I don't know which one to look at. But she's mixing them up like you guys.
Yeah, the shopping assistance.
So we're gonna move some of the money from AAA driver down to AAA expenses.
No,
Although,
Yes. the
we were
fuel.
moving,
We took the fuel from the other line, from the Silver Circle.
let's
We took
start,
drivers and fuel from Silver Circle.
Right,
Some
so
of it we're gonna put in drivers and senior center. Some of
4,000,
it we're gonna put in
and I don't think the
play
fuel,
expenses.
I don't think the fuel happened, because we should have moved, let's just say 2,800 from fuel, Silver Circle, $2,800. Should go to fuel now at, or AA expenses and car maintenance. But we did not add $2,800 there.
We also took out 4224 in the driver.
We what?
We haven't, we've only used $116.
Right, but I thought we've training more, another driver, and that program should
go up.
if she wants to do more trips, Kelly's pretty adamant about that, great, I think that's fabulous. So, maybe not the full amount, but some amount should come over to here.
Yes.
We took 7120 out of Silver Circle.
Right, and only 4,000 is being reflected in the driver line. Or 5,000 in the driver line. There's nothing being reflected in the AAA expenses and car maintenance.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
So let's put 2100 in there.
That's what I'm thinking. Even two, but,
Take it to 5,300.
yeah, all right.
Decrease of $679.22.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. They move on to recreation.
Yeah, we skipped over senior shopping assistance.
Yeah, that's all
That's
Paid for.
fund related.
funded, and it's also in
All funded.
the revenues equal.
That's what I mean, yeah. Okay, so the first discussion is Bethany's salary. Again, I wasn't here when she made her presentation, that she would be, like to be compensated the same as the senior director.
So instead of, we're gonna compensate her the same. And each of the 70205, it should be $36.50.
So 36.
050.
What's her proposal? Why is that $5,000 less than her proposal?
She wanted it to be the same and plus 3%.
Oh, okay, so we'll bring it to the same, and the same would mean the same in 2024?
Well,
She wanted the same hourly.
oh, the same hour.
And she works 5 hours more.
This on the spreadsheet.
That's it.
So if I divide by 5 times 40. So then that would be 41,200.
41,200.
Okay, now I understand.
And Emily? No, sorry. The next is rec aids, where my spreadsheet is telling me I've got an inconsistent formula. Why? It's like eight, it should be eights, yeah. Jerry's number might be wrong by a little bit on rec aids. I think it's,
Just because there's the plus.
So what
it's the
was
wrong column,
992?
right, 9922232 is the number.
Right.
Yeah, no, mine did the 7.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, if you copy the form.
Mhm. Yeah. That's happened to me a few times where it's so, yeah, for Emily.
So, Bethany's proposing 10% increase for Emily. Proposing 2%.
and we can look, will she be on the clerk breakdown? No, she's not. She's on a different sheet, though. You did put her.
2% or 3%?
3%. No, 3%, I'm sorry, yeah, yeah.
You have
I
3%.
put 3%, yeah.
You sent us some sheets on this, didn't you?
Yeah, she's on that.
I had something printed out. Yes, find it.
Yeah, but.
Big part of our proposal is the change in the insurance contribution.
Right.
So we really need to have that number with the Steve,
We do.
how it affects percentage-wise everybody's.
Yeah,
Keep going and.
okay.
Yeah, we'll come back and do all the salaries at once.
Yeah.
'Cause I have notes.
And it may not be today if we want to do more detail.
It won't be today.
Yeah, breakdown.
Yeah. All right, so we're gonna underline Emily.
This one. Oh, here's, yeah.
So are we're going with Bethany's equal to Kelly?
Let's do them all at once.
Okay.
Let's,
Okay, just gonna circle.
I don't know.
Yeah. Okay, so it's the same on the next line too, both of them.
So we're going back to the other.
No, the next one you sent it.
Yeah, no,
That's what
I
I'm
mean,
saying.
I'm going
Yeah,
back to fix Bethany if we're not making a decision.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I was doing too. It is a compelling argument. 'Cause we're
No, I agree. I think that her and Emily both have,
I mean, Bethany I'd like to do.
yeah.
Yeah, I was just
And I'll
going
be honest, you know,
Was it?
position. 41-2.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave in there, but I have pulled off final health insurance.
Put it in with.
Just have a look. They get the
And
principal.
Emily, I'm underlining. Okay. Anybody notes on recreation?
That program at the bottom that is new, I guess, that youth waterman program.
Yeah, that would.
That's a revenue, has a revenue attached, right?
It
No.
has fund balance.
Fund
attached,
balance
so we
attached,
received
right.
the grant, we just haven't spent it yet, so we'll pull that.
Okay.
You can pull that 25 out?
No, it stays in there, but we're pulling it.
Wait,
It already is pulled on the cover.
Lifeguards, let's just look at lifeguards, they're all paid, right?
That paid in full, show?
I think there's still some September that's not in there.
Okay, and we did have a shortage of lifeguards this year, which we hope not to have.
Yeah, I think that number's.
So we should keep it?
Pretty real number.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Oh, excuse me, I'm so sorry.
Okay, next.
The lifeguards are actually gonna be over this year.
Really, you spend more than, yeah.
Yeah, so when I close September, it'll be a negative 2262.
Oh, well, let's go back there.
Wow, how could that be?
2262 this year.
How could that be? The hours are the hours. Plus, we didn't cover that end of the year. Too many lifeguards on duty at once?
No,
I think we had to like do something with covering them so that they could take lunch breaks, because it couldn't just be there for 8 hours. So
Okay.
she had to adjust the schedule so that we stayed in compliance with labor laws.
All right, so next year I have to look at the
So we should-
hours of coverage.
did
So
we
we
also
need-
put lifeguards on duty after Labor Day for the weekend?
Oh, no, because we were short lifeguards before Labor Day.
Yeah, I know, but that doesn't
Oh,
mean we
but
didn't
if-
have a couple lifeguards, that we kept one of the beaches open for,
Like high school. I feel like we did.
that's what, too.
If the,
Yeah, but even if we did,
Post Labor
we
Day
weren't paying the ones that left early.
Right.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'd have to pull the detail
Yeah.
for Judy.
yeah,
So should we be taking the 44,000 up to like 47,000?
or 46
She didn't
anyway.
propose anything.
I think she usually has some money left over in other accounts of hers that she then
I say leave it.
fills it
Yeah,
in,
me too.
Yeah,
so.
I say leave it.
Yes, you know, what she's asked for.
Or we should push that at 47, wherever she's pulling the money from.
Which looks like, rec youth programs. Very,
Yes.
very big
Sometimes
balance.
from there, I think sometimes adult programs she pulls from,
Yeah,
but usually it's all related to the revenue also.
yeah.
Okay, next town board, other items. Historical Society contract.
Wait, youth center?
Sorry. Skipped you.
Oh, I skipped you, Senator. I'm sorry.
Because we've got the adjustment for Bethany.
Right?
So is that the same adjustment? 41,200.
40 Bubba?
41,200.
So that's 2,000?
Maybe we got that wrong.
Can't be, that's,
We'll have to, maybe I'll look at these. Let's go back up to Bethany, I mean,
yeah.
Kelly.
She works 40 hours.
Oh, 40 hours.
Oh,
that's
it's the
right.
hours, okay.
Thank you, that's why I can screw it up. Okay, so now we're back to town board other items. I
Okay.
didn't have anything else.
Okay, Historical Society, 15,000.
Yep, for me, I'm saying yep.
Yes, and actually, Amber and I met with the woman who replaced Lorraine, I can't remember Lorraine's last name, from the New York State Archives.
Yeah.
We went to her class at the Association of Towns last year. And she came out and did a walk around with town hall, you know, through town hall, all the storage that we have here, the room over at PD. And then we mentioned that we had had the meeting with the Historical Society and what they have as far as archives go. And, let me get my notes here. A couple of the interesting takeaways was what we can dispose of and what we can't dispose of. And anything that's, any records that we have that are before 1910, we have to get permission from New York State in order to get rid of any of those paper copies. And we definitely want to digitize everything, but anything older than that, we have to get permission. But then those things might be of value at the Historical Society.
Yes.
Some of the other things, how we store things versus how the Historical Society stores them, way better conditions down at the Historical Society.
Climate control, paper that doesn't have acid.
Yes. So we could ask the Historical Society to maintain them, but they would still remain town property.
Ah,
So that if we, you know, like if we ever wanted to take them back or the Historical Society was shutting down or something for some reason, we'd have to, you know, get those returned to us. But she did think that there was some merit in having some of those older historical documents housed down there.
yeah.
And so there is value to having a partnership, so we really should formalize a contract with them, especially with respect to retaining ownership of certain documents and things like that.
I definitely concur on that, I just think that.
Christine, can you email Kylie or just make sure that this contract idea, yeah.
We're the meeting was very good. Amber's gonna be getting a report from McCashin on, her recommendations after the walkthrough.
Right.
But then we can work with the historical
So
society.
15,000, and maybe in future years, if the workload increases, as Amber gets her arms around this project,
Yeah.
then it might even be a
The
little.
the lesson to be learned here is we have to take charge a little bit more and be a little bit more on the initiative. You know,
Use,
rather than saying, what can you do for us?
yeah,
You know,
this is what we need done.
this is what we need done, correct? You know?
I have a meeting to sit down with them Thursday, the 12th.
Oh, good, you responded to that.
Yeah, to further
Yeah.
see what we can
Great.
junction with. For
Great.
15.
And a lot of that, I mean, not a lot of that, but some of that, because we're governmental and we're paying for a service, but let's just say, you know,
Offset with it.
yeah, we should be able to get a grant next year, or, towards the end of the year, if you're really gonna use them, Amber. And, start offloading documents and they need us to help cover the archivist.
Oh, absolutely.
You know what I mean? We can, again, the whole grant thing, it's, you gotta think months, not a year in advance, but
I'll make a note.
that being said. Okay, great.
All right, so that's going back in.
Next, Community Housing Board, we discussed that already.
Yep. And
Next is landfill.
okay,
I
so.
wasn't here for this one.
We didn't change anything, community housing board, right?
No.
Yeah. Because community housing board is gonna be offset by
Well, we don't know that.
transfer
It's
tax.
gonna be offset, then we take it out of here, or we show it in revenue.
Yeah, we just take a look at that.
Yeah.
$20,500.
Which, how much money we're gonna get. Because if some of this is
Right.
not specific project related, or if we have to hold a public hearing, spend it, of the 10%. That means we have to bring in 205,000, which I guess we're up to. Top of your head, Shelby, how much?
Like 170.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, doable.
Conceivable, we'll hit that number then.
Landfill?
So, okay, I have a note, but nothing else. It says personnel services minus one person.
Yes, they moved
Oh,
Wesley
yes.
Congdon from
Russian weeds.
Brush and Weeds, from Brush and Weeds.
From Russian
So
weeds.
it's 2 here. So it should be plus one person, not minus one person, since the dollar amount's going up. And then the other note that I had was down in, this is not a good one. Let's copy this.
3 wells.
Reserve.
Yeah.
Wells?
The wells. So, yeah, you weren't here for this, Jerry, but
We have to do test wells.
we have a new mandate.
Three test wells on the south end of the recycling center.
So I estimate something between $8,000 and $10,000.
Each?
Each, for each of the 3 wells, so we need to up that by, I wrote down 20, we changed it from 3,500 to 28,000.
Yeah. Which line item was that?
Is line 8160.432.
Oh, yeah, test well. We were gonna make that, what, 28?
28,000.
Oy, 28 plus 35, all
An offset to that possibly, but we'd have to look at the revenue side, is the solid waste carting fees, MSW, municipal solid waste. Right now, we're tracking to 110,000 versus the 131,000. If we make a correction here, we also, I think.
What are we trending towards?
$109,595 exact. That's $9,132 times 12 months.
But he said he wanted you to hold off because
That
contract renewal,
Oh, right, yeah.
Higher rate.
yeah.
So I'll highlight that to revisit. because he was gonna request that contract.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when I total this up for whatever it's worth, up the columns up above, from 8160, 100 to, personal services down to deferred comp. And you take a look at what we spent in the first 8 months, we spent
We're in negotiations there, Jim, we can't.
Oh, all right, okay, because we've
Yeah.
only spent 52%
Right,
in the first 8 months, and we have 47.75%. All right, so I'm just looking at that.
how could that be right anyway, Shel?
Where are you?
But in the very first one, personal services. That
It's
we're,
it's the negotiation, no?
no, it just seems like there's just so much.
Not accounted for?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Well, it'd be 200.
I'm wondering
versus
if this
balance
is
of
going
100.
back to what we were talking about this
sorry,
P meeting.
all right.
Yeah, except the answer to this morning's conversation was different than I thought. Because what's getting reported
Like,
gets broken down by category, whereas I thought you and Judy are posting it based upon, how it's
So-
budgeted. We're talking about when hours, like with people who do a third landfill, a third
Right.
brush and weeds, and a third roads.
so for our budget purposes, we budget them for being a third, a third, a third. But they're having them keep track of their hours, so say they do
A whole brush and weeds,
70%, yeah, right, so then when that payroll gets handed into Judy, that bigger chunk is what she's then posting. You understand what I'm saying? You want me to break it down more?
No, I thought if somebody was like 3 different categories, but they spent the entire 2 weeks in brush and weeds. I thought.
All of the money's getting pulled from brush and weeds then.
I thought the way Judy answered, I thought she was saying that it got divided a third, a third, a third.
No, that's what we're saying. Budgetary,
Okay, all right.
budget-wise, that is what we're doing.
Misunderstood.
But if she's pulling all that person,
Mhm.
because that's the payroll she's being handed then,
Okay. I
then that's when our
misunderstood that.
numbers are kinda, yeah.
Sorry, under personal services, that's
Yeah.
a top line up there.
Yeah.
You also added one personnel in there, right? You added,
It's gonna go
Yes,
through.
yes,
Yeah.
yes.
I mean, the only thing I was bringing up about
Trying to
that,
make it
Carol,
currently
is that
reflecting
you
reality.
spent less than
No,
200,000.
in the year to date.
Oh, and the payroll.
Yeah, as well, but the last, that should be 100,000,
So, yeah.
and the last, and then you're.
Oh, I know why.
It doesn't all add up.
No,
I'm missing one.
Because the
that's what I was gonna say. So
I don't know that-
Wesley's working in landfill, he's still getting paid from brush and weeds
Oh, right.
right now this year.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
Line,
But,
Yeah.
yeah, so that's only part of
Yeah.
it though, it's not enough.
100,000, that would get you to 300,000.
Yeah.
And add the one salary,
Hazmat?
65,
Mhm.
365.
Yeah, because he
Why
has that would be
460?
So I-
too.
Why is it so high?
This might be more Debbie and Judy.
With the
Yeah, we
projections,
might want-
that has,
like maybe next
that's the
week,
current contract.
we can find some
We're
time
doing-
to-
Even if you had 3%
Yeah.
on that,
Pick this apart.
or whatever percent, yeah, doesn't come up to that amount of money.
And now hopefully next year it'll be fixed. It's just,
Yeah.
he works an 8-hour day and it's just a third, a third, a third.
Yeah.
No matter where he is,
Right.
that's just,
Yeah. And then Kenny is gonna figure out a way to determine for budget period, proper allocations, which to some extent, all right, do we have so many categories? Do we need to, like, do we care if it's brush and weeds or it's one of the other categories that it's all.
I mean, sometimes it's nice to see where the time is
Yeah.
actually being spent. You know, if we're spending much more labor time in brush and weeds than anything else, maybe we need to adjust.
But yeah, but and Kenny will be tracking that in the scheduling. Right. Because he'll know where he's assigned people. So,
anyway,
but
we'll look into that.
yeah. Yeah, because.
Just have somebody to check their personal
Yeah, let's
top
look
line,
at that
because
top.
the numbers don't add up.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what we're gonna pick that apart
Yeah.
because
This doesn't add up.
we think the way it's being reported.
Okay.
Yeah, that was it. And then the hazmat, in reviewing the contract, reminded that hazmat gets paid out at time and a half because it's hazardous materials.
Mhm.
And that one, we are gonna have to make sure that that gets tracked properly, shall be during the time of attendance. But when we do the budget, hazmat's what, 5%?
5%.
That 5% should be 5% times 1.5 times. And I don't think we've ever done that.
So has it been a problem?
I don't think so. It means we're not spending 5% of our time on
That's what
hazmat.
yeah,
But if we're budgeting it, then we haven't been budgeting it
correctly.
so. But that will be one time in attendance thing that we've gotta make sure that.
That's right. You got a note on that one, Joe? Anything else here?
Oh, wait, on the next page, page 22.
Yeah.
8160, 451, the hauling C and D. Oh,
Yeah.
no, the one above
Yeah, note on that
No,
too.
environmental testing. Monitoring, the one above it, sorry.
Yeah.
That's gonna go up to 38,000 because of the test wells. Just the testing itself, once we
Yeah.
get the wells in.
So 22.5 becomes 38?
Okay, and then I had a note on hauling C and D. I had 143.
I did too, because
Okay.
the revenues will be covered. Because you're on track right now at $95,500 for the first 8 months. If you take half of that number, it's 48,000, say, 48,000. You add that to the existing, and you're up to 143,000, not 130.
Yeah.
We're still going the wrong direction, guys.
So we're adding 13,000 to that.
Hold on my notes.
What are we showing on income?
We had income budgeted for 230, and I had a note to up that to 240, so we're not covering.
Yes, we are.
It's not 100, well,
This is C and D?
Yes, C and D. So we're adding $13,000 to the expense side, but we're only adding 10,000 to the revenue
Wait, what are you
side.
showing as the revenue?
240,000.
We're only showing 143,000 as the whole, as the appropriation.
No,
You're making 60,000.
no, there's gotta be more in there, is what you're saying, I think. Demo concrete out, is that covered by C and D?
Oh, no, it's
Right on the expense side?
Yeah,
I
maybe.
think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the revenue covers a number of different lines.
Oh.
Right.
What page is the revenue, Amy?
Revenue is on page 26. And it's the first line is in landfill revenues. 2130-8. Last year's budget book, I think I had better notation of what went into the revenue.
Mhm.
I also had our cardboard revenue and our
Yeah.
tire revenue dropping.
Yeah, because it was projected, cardboard is projected at 20,000, we've only taken in actually 4,000. So it's projected to go to 6,000, we budgeted 10.
Well, we got a ton of cardboard sitting there. We haven't moved it all year, I don't think. We haven't brought it this year.
Looking for a better price,
I guess, is that what he's doing?
I'm thinking, just thinking. All right, gonna wanna go back to
Yeah, so back to the
expense side,
expense.
That's an important fact.
Remember, I think hauling C and D is just that. Well, I don't think the furniture C and D is anything else. John, am I missing anything there?
No.
Revenue
Ask-
130A?
Can you go over what your changes were again? in the expense side.
432, test wells repairs, 31,500 is the new number, because we have,
28,000.
oh, it's up 28, so total
No,
31,000. No? Oh,
Taking it to 28.
oh, okay, great, thanks.
Oh, 28, I had 38.
I had 31,
Ooh, it's a bag.
so 24,000.
But 38 is a different line.
Environmental.
This is plus, yeah, 500.
Yeah, so increase is 24,500 from Jerry's. And then, environmental test 444,
Yes, that
go
goes
to
to
38,000,
So that's an increase,
15,500.
so total for this section, 53,000.
But wait, there's more.
Wait, now I'm confused. What was the first number we were talking about? Not the environmental testing and monitoring?
432 test well repairs, because we have to add test wells.
Yeah.
0.432, sorry.
And that went to 28.
Yes.
Okay, I got that.
And then, but I thought also
And you said hauling C and D was going?
151 was gonna go to 143.
Right. So I had a note and it said 143 with a question mark.
Yeah,
For hauling C and D.
because Jim.
Well, that's part of the 53,000.
That's where we'd be.
Yes. When you say the 0.451 is one, my brain just like melted a little bit. I was like, I'm almost there. You almost.
Late in the day.
I'm like, we use words and then numbers, not numbers and more numbers.
It's too late in the day for a repetition. We're in the category, you can assume
I mean, it sounds
digits.
like you've got this, but I'm not with you. All right. And we have to keep our plovers piping.
Yeah, because there's gonna be more dredging in 2020.
Right.
It's nothing to do on Taylor's Island, they're just.
We were gonna ask about the shed.
No, extra blower, I think.
Oh, you have the shed?
1,500.
Once there's dredging, they're gonna.
Oh, okay, so we're not gonna mess with that.
BJ, just as an aside, going through the archives
Yeah.
in the back there, I found a box
No.
labeled, I don't know what's in it.
AT&T?
It did say Taylor's Island dividend, so I'm hopeful. There was
Wow.
also town attorney old boxes.
Wow.
So maybe the Lori Dowd stuff where we did the transition, like maybe
Might-
it's there.
yeah.
No one's found it, but I was like all excited.
Oh, well.
3 years,
maybe
like
I'll
2
come
years
in.
later.
Oh, no, it's been like 7
You know,
years.
yeah.
The Taylor's Island dividends, at one point Lori Dowd got it changed over from the Glenn,
Yeah.
whatever his name was.
Mhm.
I can't think,
Boddington?
no, total blank, anyways, we got the dividend money switched over to the town's name, and then at some point after Lori Dowd left and Bob came on, something with the stock transfer company got it switched back to the foundation, the Gregory S. Taylor
Mhm.
name.
And then Helen Rosenblum somehow.
Well, she had some piece to do with it, I think.
Weren't there
when
checks
Lori-
coming in her name?
Well, they went to her address.
Oh, right,
Her office address. So, but no one can find how we got things transferred over, and when I made a couple of calls over the years, like I almost had it buttoned down pre-COVID, and then COVID hit, and then nobody was in the offices anymore,
Yeah.
the bank, so, but there may be something, so.
You know, the other one we gotta try to find out,
I might try to.
when you guys go to the Association of Towns, I always forget to do it,
Calendar.
with the state controllers, there's like $360,000 in escrow for the Bridge Street purchase. When we,
Oh,
Volunteer
right.
Park?
yeah, we bought that and the people never claimed the money.
Right.
So it's sitting in escrow with
There
the
you go.
state.
Whoa, unclaimed funds?
Yeah, yeah.
There's gotta be a statute
So,
of
hello.
limitations.
Almost 2 points off this.
No, I don't think there is a statute. We're not entitled to it. Our heirs are entitled to it.
Yeah.
But if there's no heirs, maybe we can get it back. So it's certainly something to look into. Okay,
All right.
Next year, that would still mess us up.
so Taylor's Island, I thought the one question was, why do they need 2,000 for the shed? Yeah,
Right, I'll find out Tuesday,
So Judge,
okay?
just to be clear, while we're taking unclaimed money, the East End supervisors, that money that was.
that's gone.
That's gone.
Yeah.
And where did that go to, by the way?
I'll find out. They finally settled it, and I'm not sure what they were gonna do. Yeah.
I think ultimately it's just realize that was not allowed use.
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
okay. Do we need to do a budget worksheet? Any
No,
changes?
but wait, I just wanna go back to, the A benefits
Yeah.
worksheet. Shelby, on mine, police retirement is in purple. I
Mm-hmm,
don't know what purple means.
me neither. It's pretty.
I think that was Barbara had made a change, but that number in there is what it was changed to.
Okay, I was gonna say, because I thought we were like combining.
495.99,
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And I have notes next to, workers' comp and unemployment insurance. Barbara, are those the right numbers?
Yeah, we needed that to be firmed up.
So those are
Is the
still,
explanation
those
of
are
the
still
state
open then?
retirement system about the end of the year?
We can ask her, but I think they're.
Why is there so much money left in there?
Yeah, I think they settle up. I don't even know if it's the end of the year or into the following year.
It might be into the following, they're probably waiting for market returns, is what my guess is. There's gotta be some, right?
Wait, what are we talking about?
State retirements, what
Why
our.
is there such a big,
Oh, it's the way it gets paid out. It's like.
Oh, that's paid out.
Yeah, that's, let me just think about this for a second.
supposed to be each quarter, but they always behind a quarter, I think.
For state retirement system?
Yeah.
No, we get one bill a year. And so we get the bill in December, and if we prepay it, we get a little bit of a discount. And then we do a year-end journal entry that captures 3/4 of it in the current year, and then 1/4
Right,
of it
that's what I meant.
gets posted
Yeah.
into the
Yeah.
next year, because it's,
Right.
it covers through March 31st.
Mhm.
And those numbers would hold up?
Yes, because we have
A
our,
quarter times 3/4, yeah?
Yes.
yeah, we have the actual bill, so it's, yeah,
Alright.
that's a real number.
Yeah.
I don't know why, like, we might be slightly off on one of those numbers. It could be just because of personnel changes. And so we think it's a good number, but then the calculation gets.
Okay. Capital projects?
That would be, that's the flow through from the H tab,
Mm-hmm.
so. Over there. The 185 is currently the ADA compliance for. Let's see. Let me just think.
Justice Hall.
That would be for Justice Court, I just have, like, we swapped them. Okay, and then the power lift stretcher for 30,000, EMS radios for 5,000, police radios 40,000. Initial work on the air burner for the landfill, 60,000 for facilities master plan, and then 15,000 to put into capital reserve, just towards next year.
How much you put in capital reserve?
15,000.
Okay.
So, I mean,
Yep.
that one is just going into a reserve, so we could just take it out.
Well, this is where I'm gonna make my offer.
ARPA.
Okay, or, well, that would actually,
Yeah.
that wouldn't be good for ARPA.
No, the
No,
15,
no,
not
it's not
everything
next
else
time.
though.
Yeah.
Everything else,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
And maybe, right, if, depending on the addition here, looking for what I'm thinking about.
Yeah, we can increase
Taser?
some of it, yeah,
Taser,
yeah, instead of doing it over 5 years. Well, we'll see, we'll make that, we'll talk about that after.
yeah,
Let's
okay.
finish this, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Back to A.
okay,
Next.
capital projects and, all right, so now we're into revenues. Tax receiver, I had a question, we were gonna ask Anne Marie, if she's comfortable with that that pilot payment.
I had it went to 53.
Yeah, the LIPA, that one is,
That's a calculation, that's,
yeah, 2% on what we got this
So
year.
53,
52,301.
52, 302. All right, so we had put that in. So a plus.
52,302.
Okay. Wow. So, look at the tax penalties this year. I guess, we shouldn't be over.
I wouldn't, yeah.
also, I mean,
The notification
she's,
thing.
yeah, I was gonna say, I thought the way the notifications went out,
It was
it was more email, and so they might have gotten missed, and so people
Yeah,
will now know to look for them.
and once you pay that penalty, you're pretty much,
Not gonna do that.
yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's why I thought it was just a one-time blip.
And she's gonna go back to a second mailing, but only for people who did not pay first half. I think she used to do it, everybody got the second.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I did have a, I mean, we're talking peanuts, but the sales tax vendor collection credit. I feel like quarterly.
Yeah, we just played catch up. You guys just did a bunch of resolutions,
I was gonna
so.
say, it should be a higher amount, so. I mean, it could be $500, maybe a little bit more.
Yeah, I was gonna say like 1,000.
And the franchise fees.
No, it'd be mostly at most 800.
It's just most- yeah.
Max 200 a quarter.
I can look at what I just
Yeah, I
transferred.
was gonna say it's capped at 200 a quarter. But we don't hit the 200, I don't think.
So 700?
We can give Shelby a minute, because we did just do.
We just transferred like 3/4 worth.
Oy, so that mortgage tax shortfall this year is really gonna affect the fund balance.
Yes, except we've taken in 229
Yeah.
in August. If it was trending,
Part of that's fourth quarter, wasn't reversed out.
it might bubble. It was like, we could add 40.
This is what the controller said too.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's accounting for 1.6% of our.
Yeah, that's, yeah.
It's the lack of that.
Okay, so wetlands permits, when we talked about increased fees, is that gonna affect that at all?
Line are you?
A 2590F.
590, oh, I see.
So on sales tax, it's 424 is your through,
That's 3/4.
yeah.
Well, the question then is how many wetlands permits did we do?
So we're gonna put sales
How many
tax
can we
at 5.
500?
Moratorium had some impact, right?
Moratorium has an impact on what?
Or didn't have an impact on wetlands?
Wetlands and special permits.
Oh, I know, but, no, but if you were an 8,000 square foot house that you didn't apply for this year because of the moratorium, but your waterfront, wouldn't you have had to apply for wetlands? So because you didn't do any of it, you didn't do.
Only if they were in the wetlands.
That's what I'm saying. Oh, not just like, let me just use Carlino House.
They were in the wetlands.
They would have needed a permit, and not because of the frontage, but because of the backage, the pond. Okay.
Why didn't we project 3,000 since 2000, the first 8 months? You're trending to right to 3,000. Get why we're not.
Where is he? Where are you?
On wetlands permits,
Oh, I
you
don't get
know.
any trend. Oh, yeah.
You are trending, I mean, 8 months, 2,000, 12 months,
All right, so
3,000.
open it up to 3,000? Let's see, even if we don't increase the rate. Okay,
Insurance recovery.
so we're up 1,500. Oh, no, yeah.
But
15.
sales tax.
Yeah.
Oh, sales tax, where did that go to?
500.
500, okay.
It's peanuts, but.
It's, yeah. Definitely on the ground groveling. It's fine.
Okay, town clerk revenues.
Note that I had was on dredging dock permits. 8,000?
Was this an odd year? Because I don't really remember that many
actually,
dredging projects.
I know, because now that I
You
think
know?
about it, it was the Royer one. that he only used to do
We had
that
2, but again, I don't remember that many.
There is only the yacht
Yeah.
club and Boyer.
And there was the one by South Ferry.
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Mabel's Creek.
Mabel's.
Right.
Mabel's Creek, yeah.
But are those annual? Those are just periodically? I
Those are
really-
periodic.
Yeah, because there's.
Royer doesn't do it
Yeah,
every
he
year.
doesn't do it every year.
Maples Creek does it more frequent.
It does, but I'm not sure whether they do it annually.
Shouldn't we
Just-
increase the dock permit fees and all that?
Mm-hmm.
I think we can get that done.
So then 8,000 might be okay?
Yeah.
8,000?
From 4,000?
Yeah,
Okay.
The dock,
On the dock fees?
I think it's gonna be more than that, but let's speak into,
dredging dock permits, that one,
yeah.
where you wanna take it to?
Eight. Some of the numbers that we looked at,
Oh, I know, we're,
very encouraging, very encouraging.
let's see.
Christina, what is next steps on docs fees? Do you know?
On Tuesday, it's again on the agenda.
Yeah.
With,
Work session?
all three fees, yes. Ian will come, you can review whatever we have.
Okay,
Settled and done by the end of the.
thank you.
We were having Ian come in to talk about the planning board ones.
Yeah, okay,
And we can address in both.
great, thank you.
As we slide them down during fees. Like you pull your spreadsheet from
Yes.
last year up,
Okay,
and then it shall be.
I feel like film permits made more money this year.
ooh, what?
Film permits?
Oh,
Yeah, I don't think, maybe we didn't collect, maybe it's not registered here.
Yeah.
It definitely did.
I mean, they were recent, so I don't think they've actually
Yeah.
made it into the budget.
yeah, but they were, yeah, a
They were
lot,
significant.
yeah.
Yeah, this mooring fees, I think they adopted and modified it wrong. I thought we said it wasn't that much, because we based it originally on 3 years, and we only did 1 year. Remember the new,
So it's being prorated, so you're not getting that full amount.
okay,
So it's, set for a certain amount of year, but we're prorating until March 31st of 2024. So some people are only paying $80, $90.
okay,
And then going forward, it will be the full amount.
got you.
Shelby, could you just, or somebody remind me of parking fees, what we charge for daily,
Yeah,
weekly, and seasonally, I don't know if it's monthly, but daily parking fee is,
No, I would refer to Amber on that. I don't.
oh, all right.
I don't know.
Amber, daily parking fees,
Yes,
what do we charge?
$25,
Okay, and what do we charge per week?
70.
70 for the week?
70 for the week, $125 for the month, $250 for the season.
Looks like we're not gonna make that this year. Our revenues for parking.
Note in my budget book last year, how we got the 111, 424 was
Well,
two.
You know, I was looking at that.
My little note says.
The fact that what the girls just said, the ladies just said, you know, that we're at a little under 89,000, we projected 95,000. And so we are 6,000 under. How many we're gonna sell in the last
Yeah.
4 months? The answer is probably not a lot, if any.
not required, right?
Yeah, not required. So what I'm saying for the daily 25 I get, and I think that should not be changed. The weekly, from 70, I would go to 100.
Jamie.
Why wouldn't, it's just a global number of 95. We were over this year, so maybe we only maybe next year we only budget 92. I'm missing something?
This is a revenue.
Yeah.
Revenue, I'm in revenue.
No, so I'm
That's
talking
what
about,
made
I'm talking about
raise the tax rate more.
meeting that 95.
I know. Well,
I'm talking,
Great, and more people come next year.
in all likelihood, that's the truth. More people will come next year. I just think, the word is out and gets out more and more each year, but,
We also
Seasonal.
lost some income from Crescent Beach daily permits because the police department took it off because it was such an influx. There was no parking spots for people who were here for residents or the
that's true.
renters that would come. They get a weekly or a monthly permit. So with that daily permit at Crescent Beach, there were no spots. So the police department decided to take that option away. So we did lose a lot of income from that.
Oh, so if you wanted to go to Crescent Beach and you did the little, QR code, what happened to you? You were
There,
told no?
there is no option. The Crescent Beach was taking off, so you only had the choices from Wade's and all of the others.
Okay, so, all right. Yeah,
It was for a few weeks.
Yeah.
And then it just,
Then there were no spots
so
because everyone went there.
there's, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, everyone wanted to go to Crescent Beach.
Yeah.
You're getting lots of phone calls like, why isn't Crescent an option on pavement anymore? That's where everyone wants to go. And then
it's filled up.
those of us that live here.
Just throwing this out for whatever it's worth, in order to meet these goals and maybe surpass the goals for next year. Daily of $25 a day, I'm good with. I would like to see the weekly go from 70 to 100. Would like the monthly to go from 125 to 150. I'd like the seasonal go from 250 to $350 increase.
I get you now.
And let's
Give me those numbers again.
The daily at 25 stays the same. I think that's fair. Weekly, $70 goes to $100. Monthly, 125 goes to 150. And seasonal goes from 250 to 300. That's 3 months. You're getting June, July, and August, and then some. For
Do you
seasonal.
disagree with him on the weekly?
Me too. You and I are probably on the same page.
Right.
What did you want to go?
Well, at least 125.
Oh,
let's
It
do
would go,
this.
I mean,
Let's do some
it
projections for
would be
Tuesday,
175.
Wednesday.
Paying the daily rate. So you get a discount off the day, because you buy it a week.
Let's do some projections for Wednesday's work session.
Yeah.
Okay.
What would you say on the weekly?
150.
150, what would you say?
I'm not sure, because I was trying to figure out like how many
Well,
days. in this year.
25 daily, 6 days is 150. I don't know if that's right. I mean,
I see where you're coming,
yeah, I mean, going all 6 or 7 days, it rains one day, come on.
Yeah, I've just adjusted.
So if you want to go to 125, I said 100, but if you want to go to 125,
I do.
okay,
And what'd you
125,
say for the next,
that's 5 days
and what'd you say for monthly?
of 7.
Did you say monthly?
So when they used to.
Monthly is
Daily
125,
permits
and you,
is 10.
now I would bump that up to
Still-
probably 175.
You know?
I'd say 100 a week.
Yeah. Or is it like unlimited now, daily passes? Oh,
I will have this discussion Tuesday. But if we could just get some, Amber, if you can give us some numbers of how many we sell of each, maybe for the last 2 years.
Right.
I have it all written down from
Great.
2021 to
Okay.
present, but I'll
Thank you.
give it to you.
Does she have anything from surrounding municipalities?
And what the rates are?
Everywhere else is a lot more expensive.
Yeah, I can,
That's what I'm saying.
the South Shore is a lot more expensive.
I think Montauk was like $300 just for, or $400. I forget the time frame, but it's a lot more than us.
You're renting at the prices that are being rented here.
Yeah. That's like, I remember it was 500 and something for a
You
month.
lose, you get people who say, oh, well,
Only because of,
drop me off and one member will
Yeah.
come back,
once you do this is revenues that for, if people are paying on the outside, not for people.
Well, that's the
You
whole
know,
point.
And
Trying to
the
help the
fact of it
taxpayer.
is,
Yeah.
We did a lot with the, and we do lose a certain percentage, whatever that small percent, what was it, 8% or 10% when you go online to do it? So we don't get the whole 100% of it. Remember, the company that does this for us makes
Yeah,
some
there's-
money out of that, so, we're losing a little bit of that. But we're given the flexibility of being able to go online and be able to do this. If these numbers, produce another 10, 20, maybe 30, maybe more, $30,000 every year. To maintain these beaches, bathrooms, and everything else that we gotta maintain, and the maintenance of the.
Okay. Let's see. Okay, so,
Those storage fees, we bought in 16,975, can we take that up to 17,000 next year?
Where are you?
Um,
Oh, there you are.
Yeah, page 25, line
Yep.
A2050. No, 2050B.
take it up to 18,000.
Well. Are we maxed out on it?
No, they're building more as they're,
Yeah, I think 18 would
as
be
they're
reasonable.
required. Yeah.
So Amber, can you add that to your list Just, how many boat storage fees and what are we charging? I forget. 25? I don't know. You know?
Yeah.
It's 50, 75, and 100. Small, medium,
Okay.
large.
Yeah, you'll get more kickback on this one than you will on the parking fees, I guarantee you.
Okay.
So
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt about that, you know, I've heard enough.
No, we're not raising,
No, no, raise that.
No,
we're not raising the rate, we're just anticipating more revenue.
I agree with that, putting more out there. Well, rate will enhance that, plus the fact we've already gone over that this year. So I would say go to 18 or 20 if we're gonna, especially if we're gonna put more of them out there.
Yeah, I'd say 18 is
Okay,
safe.
18 is good, all right. That's a $2,000 increase. I wouldn't mess with the rates at all.
No.
Okay. EMS revenues, we don't anticipate because those are donations. Court, that's basically what the judges,
200 or 300 calls and those are the donations?
no. The foundation gets the donation.
That's what I'm saying.
Then the foundation gives us a check.
Oh, okay.
But
So
then
that we don't know what they're gonna give us, so we don't
Oh.
anticipate anything.
But just once a year?
Yeah, usually it's.
Yeah.
So I'm like, if I go, I would make a little
Yeah,
donation.
but I
No.
mean, like they'll give us, like, we'll put in, like, we're getting a donation of $500,000 and then
Yeah.
we're expending $500,000 on a new ambulance.
Right,
So it's,
right.
there's an offset.
Yeah.
Do we know what those donations average per year, how we trend?
We could find
It's
out.
what- Like he said, I think you got one for 70,000.
Yeah,
Then what happens if they don't have anything specific to spend it on? It goes into the reserve fund
right.
and then just builds up in the
Yeah.
reserve fund.
That's how they buy the ambulances. Yeah.
Yeah.
Those ambulances go a few bucks,
Honestly.
couple $100,000.
I think they're like 300
Yeah.
something, 300.
$500,000 almost.
Yeah, I was gonna
Yeah.
say that's higher than that, when you,
Yeah.
if you have to outfit them. Sometimes they can transfer equipment, but.
So Brian's in C and D in furniture in. Brian's projecting 230. So that's a hell of a lot more than the appropriations.
Yeah, that's why I thought there was like more than.
Yeah, so that's where we have to just put a little question mark there.
But I'd like to take that to 240.
Well, we're projecting 240 right now based on this year,
Yeah, tracking.
Okay, 240?
240.
240.
You're right on target for that.
But I feel like that's where he might have said something to the effect, I don't know if it was when he came before us or a conversation I had with him a different day, that we're tracking higher expenditures, so we added just now 13,000 to the expenditure side of the budget, we're only adding 10,000, but he said we also create our own
Yeah, right.
CID
Mhm.
that has to get
Right.
trumped off.
Okay, how about sale of bags? How's that trend?
We're right on track.
Okay,
Yeah, I think so.
You said 240, right? I was looking at something else, okay.
Tire disposal with Ty, considering.
Yeah, tire disposal, he said,
Let me check this out, he said, right?
Yeah, I guess 2,000 was kind of where we thought.
maybe we'd end up, or that was my note.
Put 2,000 in.
Yeah, 'cause that and,
take it down from 3 to
Another
2.
question.
I thought there was a bunch of tires that they needed or something. about
Right,
it.
and that's why
That's why you.
the 604.
We need to look at that, the 604 is low, based on what we have hanging around, I think.
the 604 was low, but he said that I had,
Then, will you then remind me
Yeah.
of the ones that he's to follow up on? Okay, good, I just didn't know how it goes.
We're just not getting that many of them.
yeah.
Okay.
Or they're not getting the same money for them.
Well, it's the same with cardboard. I think he's just been sitting on it.
Well, it was a combo. He said with cardboard, they've only done one shipment of cardboard, but they're also not getting as much in. So they're not taking in as much cardboard as they have in the past years. So either people are not ordering as much online or
Pandemic
or
was a blip.
environmental or whoever is just taking it in the trash.
carters are taking it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what it was.
So, yeah,
so he said they
aren't.
The one
Well, I
thing,
mean, he's got a trailer there that could go out.
Yeah.
the one thing you could do is an educational article to the public. Because we look at these as revenue sources, whether it's tires or cardboard, things like that. So if you have a mess of that stuff and you've just had a, big delivery of cardboard, rather than put it in your garbage and pay to have it taken away, bring it up to the recycling center because it's money in the bank. It's, you're putting money into you're not paying for that now to cart it away. You're actually enhancing the revenue for the town. So maybe people don't quite get that,
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think they do.
you know?
According to recycling.com, it's fluctuated between 20 and 210 a ton over the last 5 years.
Wow.
Huge
That's
fluctuation.
Yeah.
When he says it's changed,
Yeah.
in 2023, it was the 20 to 26.
He's not making as much money on it,
Yeah.
and he's not getting as much cardboard in.
So are we taking the revenues down to 10,000 as Brian?
That was the note I had.
Yeah,
That's
me
what I
too.
have.
I just wanted.
I have taken down to 10 also. But again, $10,000 is a lot of money. I think the average public doesn't understand how that hurts the town. So it's not a big deal throwing cardboard in the back of your car and coming up to the recycling center, dropping it off. It's not
The
smelly.
market's that bad, it's better off letting the carters take it. But it's costing us money to get rid of it. I don't know, we're paying.
You're just not making money on it
Yeah.
at all, yeah.
I
also think
Looking
people
at it as
have-
our revenue, yeah.
Tightened up.
No, I normally I am, but in other words, if we're not making money getting rid of it, what's the
Line
point?
is going to the store, yeah.
Right.
If the market's so
And then
low,
inflation happened, and they're not doing anything.
it's costing us more to bring it up there than we're getting for it.
Like the perfect storm of bad economic data. Okay.
Okay,
So I didn't have any
so
other,
you're marking that down to 10,000.
yeah.
There's just this other one, we didn't ask specifically about it, but concrete is lagging and so are iron sales by a lot.
I think that was another one where the price
Yeah,
dropped.
so,
Well, the crushed concrete,
Sale of crushed concrete?
I think part of that has to do with the fact that the way we do it was we would take, we had a guy up the island, we would take him mulch and he would give us crushed concrete. He doesn't want the mulch anymore. So we're not going as often for the crushed concrete to sell, because
right,
it's a one-way trip.
yeah,
It's not as cost effective for us.
So should we
that might be the reason. I don't know. I'd have to ask Brian.
is, so I'm gonna mark this, we gotta ask Brian, because
Yeah,
we're over
yeah.
budgeted.
Yeah.
Under budget, I guess, in this, because it's right.
Yeah,
But we're
Right.
trending to 26,600.
really?
Under which one?
17, because, yeah, if you take the 17,000, yeah, crush concrete.
Oh, okay, that's not terrible.
No. No, sometimes you have to like do the math, because it just isn't intuitive.
Yeah, right, and then the one down below, a little bit,
The iron?
Yeah, let me see
Iron.
what that is.
oh, you've already reduced it. You reduced it to Brian's number, I see. I wasn't seeing that it was
Yeah.
38 down to 30.
Yeah, I mean, we're tracking, and I don't know what the seasonality is of this stuff,
Yeah.
32,600.
Right.
Sort of depends on demos.
Yeah.
People are cleaning things up.
So between the two.
Yeah, okay, all right, never mind.
Okay. Second page.
John.
I'm sorry. You're all more sugar.
Make you young one.
Okay, so we're projecting an increase in topsoil,
I'm sorry.
same in veg. Cold patch, a slight increase. Minimum charge, a slight increase. Pea gravel, the same. Paper, the same. Double ground chips, the
Paper
same.
and mixed paper sales, we haven't had any revenues,
No, we haven't. You said that's been very low.
so.
I think paper and cardboard are both,
He has one batch,
Yeah.
I think, to send.
yeah.
Okay, because is 5,000 a reasonable number, or should we? Basically, but.
Because he obviously hasn't sent anything yet.
Yeah. I mean, he goes through this budget, I don't think.
Yeah, no, he's pretty good. He's always been good with the,
He doesn't overinflate these
yeah.
things, really.
Yeah.
Somehow I.
What about commercial leaf debris?
Well, it looks low, but
We're just
now
getting
we just get into the season.
Oh, right, and you mentioned that, no, you're right, yeah,
Tis the season.
right, yeah, okay.
Okay, that's at that. Medical center revenue. I just want to look into the electricity reimbursement
So I got those highlighted.
and the fuel. Look at both of them.
Yeah.
Make sure that should be across the board. Nutrition, I have a note to myself to ask Kelly why she's, thinking the nutrition and contribution issues is down. If that's just based on numbers or,
Right.
Yeah, I think that's, we're tracking to be up to 13,800
yeah,
from the 92 posted so far, so.
yeah, I just want to ask her why it's down. Yeah. The residential repair, it's kind of a wash. Senior center revenue. A little bit. Silver Circle revenue. Up a tiny bit. Shopping assistance is a funded program. Police revenue. Okay, police revenue sharing, this is from the county. It's based on county sales tax. Next is police tow and store. I guess we haven't been doing much.
Yeah.
Like, you know. Police reports. Stop DW, I mean, these revenues aren't really there. Other than the police revenue sharing, which is way up. The other ones are kind of. Shel, do we have a history on any of these things? I mean, they're not huge numbers, but it doesn't seem like,
Yeah, I think we get the. I know last year we got the Stop DWI.
right?
That might come more toward the end of the year.
Mm-hmm.
It's like if the police do a checkpoint
Yeah.
over the summer and then,
Which they did, yeah.
yeah, so it probably.
Well, like the tow and store.
Not much.
I kind of think though that Jim goes, I mean,
Where's the auction?
budget, he's pretty reliable when it comes
Yeah.
to these projections. I mean, and he doesn't pad stuff, so.
But we have,
I don't think we did one this year.
no, but we have stuff in the impound because we talk about having to
I thought
move.
they were planning on an auction.
I thought he said it was so little that it wasn't worth police overtime to do it this year.
Really?
Because we have to do overtime, pay the overtime to do it.
Okay.
But we have to ask Stephen and Brian about the Cozy Lane property.
Well, that's, yeah, I thought that was.
That was gonna be a
That has to
separate auction.
Separate auction,
Yeah,
Gotcha.
okay.
okay. Recreation revenue. Waterman donation, that was a one-time thing. Adult fees are the same.
Actually, I think if we set up a co-waterman program and it's successful, I think there's a possibility for future funding for,
Yeah, I would think so,
Of the same source?
yeah, for, other years. But we have to get a program off the ground first.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
And the recreation fees have already far surpassed what we
Yes.
budgeted 41, we're up to 64 in the first 8 months. We're on target then to do, 90s. And what that probably doesn't, although with recreation fees, it's not for the year, it is for a year long, but if you join August 15th,
Yeah, when you
it's
join,
August.
right.
Right, so there's no reason why it shouldn't continually increase.
Mhm.
So are we a little light there? if-
Yeah,
if
I have a
we're-
note to do 70,000.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, you have 4 months left.
Yeah.
If you, even in modest numbers, you would make 70,000 without too much.
Yeah, I have a note for 70,000.
Okay.
And then
Yeah.
I was just looking at the youth fees and we've already made 34, 335. We could bring that up to 35 instead of 33.
Yeah,
The youth fees,
maybe most of it happens in the summer, but still,
it does, but
the programs, yeah. Let's still do the 35.
Yeah.
It's trending in the right direction.
So what'd you say, make 35?
yeah, I would say 35, 36, yeah. Let's go with 35 to be conservative.
Because with soccer taking off this year, it might be bigger next year.
Yes, yeah.
I know one thing mentioned with the Waterman program was maybe take third grade every year and get them over there to the Y in East Hampton for after-school pool classes, swim classes. That's one thing, but the other thing I was thinking of, Andy, grew up as a summer kid here, and they had a marine biology program for like fifth graders or something, and it was maybe taught by Roble? I don't know, anyway, like a fond memory of childhood.
Yeah.
Learned a lot, lifelong interest, he became a guy who works on the water. I don't know, like, that's like another idea, where just pick a grade, and every summer, if you're in fifth grade, you get to do the Waterman program, which is about learning, marine biology.
I think
Because Bethany was talking about how she was trying to coordinate with the people who gave the
Yes,
donation.
yeah.
Had a very particular idea of how they wanted the money spent. So she was trying to come up with a program that would meet that. And she's like, I've had a ton of ideas, but they haven't quite met their criteria for how to
Right.
spend the money.
Yeah.
So I think they were leaning more towards making sure every kid on the island can swim, making sure that,
Yeah.
that kind of thing, not so much the science side of it, but
Because
just really
Cindy-
enjoyment of the
Cindy has-
water, having
Cindy
that.
has programs that Shawmut designed
For that,
specific grade levels,
yeah.
like March studies and things like that.
But it's a limited, they fill up and,
No, I'm talking about during the school year.
Oh, during school year,
No, I'm
yeah.
not talking about summer, I'm not talking about school year. She has, obviously, other than Shelter Island, she strikes schools from Nassau, Suffolk, Western Suffolk, that come out for the day, because I've participated in
Right,
those.
but I was thinking also like what Matt Mobius does, but do it, like, he'd be a perfect kind of candidate.
Do it like September, October, and they
I'm
do it.
laughing, the first thought that came to my mind
do
was
it
that
May and June.
third graders, I think, does she have a grandson?
Maybe fifth grade.
She wants to get her husband out of the house to pursue these activities more. Yeah, really, not working on the water, but in the water.
Okay, so we're going up 2,000 and 15,000. Okay, so 17,000 there. Okay. Okay,
Okay, when are we gonna end this travesty?
Not until.
when are we meeting next?
I'm just double checking my totals just to get a sense of, I'm making sure my spreadsheets.
Let me add up mine, I had stopped adding a while ago, so.
Yeah, mine is just like,
I know, like,
neutral.
I didn't copy it.
We've done nothing, just
Just tell me where.
literally coming out.
I think Shelby knows where we are, because the spreadsheets are up to date.
Yeah.
It's worse, right?
It's not as bad, it's not as good as you think.
It's got it worse.
At 11.8.
I was gonna say, we haven't really done anything.
We started like 11.4?
1.9?
11.5, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean,
11.9, I thought we started at.
11.9, yes.
11.9 was the first starting point.
No, that
And we're at
was,
11.8?
we started at 11.5.
I think you
We
know
went up
today,
today.
an exercise,
today.
an exercise in spinning your wheels.
Uh-huh, yeah, so, that's, no, my numbers weren't that off, okay. See, now I'm not bad at math.
Okay, you wanna call it a day
I was
or
expecting you
you?
to say 9.8 or 10.
Oh, no, you're so optimistic. That wasn't from today, though.
Oh, just from today, I thought. Just thought
Quit.
that, there was some.
I'm kind of,
Full? Okay.
yeah.
Wait, when's our next scheduled meeting? Tuesday?
No, we don't actually have another schedule.
Don't have one.
So let's schedule some, because obviously we haven't fixed this problem yet.
See.
I would say,
So today on the expenditures, I just want to double check that Shelby and I have the same numbers.
So what I did is I filled in like the whole town board column.
Yeah.
And then we're, okay.
Yeah, because I wanted to track where we are. So I
So
have,
you're looking at your cover sheet?
nope, I'm looking at the bottom of the A fund where we have the subtotals.
Okay.
So, I mean, they're probably the same. I haven't checked that they flow over yet. Yeah, they don't flow yet. So I've got
Oh.
appropriations in the A fund of 12,288,323.64.
I have 12,282,
Okay, so we're
926.
okay, we'll have to do a comparison afterwards. But we don't have to torture everybody with that.
No.
And then for revenues, or receipts, I should say, 2,232,785.9.
I have 2,233,785.9.
That's rough $1,000. Okay, we'll compare.
That's not gonna mean that much.
Yeah. Okay.
It's fast. Nickel dot.
60.
So, yeah. My appropriations list. I get $2,000.
Yeah.
Hey, Sean, what page was capital?
I got it, I got it, yeah.
Okay. Yes, we can.
I think.
Start. I'll put the ticker. Great.
Okay, so when we, I gotta be honest, I would prefer to prioritize this over negotiations. We gotta get this done.
Yeah, I'd like to try to get as much of this done before Jim leaves, because it'll be easier with him here in person than trying to catch it Zoom.
Right, so.
I'm, to be honest, I can come in Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. I'm just
Tuesday.
Tuesday. Yeah, no, I have to get some other work done, tax return stuff. I have a pending deadline and I paid little attention this week to that. So Tuesday, 9 AM is Taylor's Island, 10 AM we had scheduled PBA.
But we could push them, because it's just the ADP.
Yeah, 29,000 for
You
the
need to work on that anyway, so if you can't do that before Tuesday.
That's one of the things I was gonna work on over the weekend,
We
just.
can move that, maybe they could do Thursday, or they could, you know,
And then what do I have at 3 PM community housing?
that's, I gotta answer more than, I don't know if I'm leaving Tuesday night or Tuesday late afternoon, so morning for me on Tuesday would be better.
I don't see anything on,
All right,
For
we're gonna call this meeting. Julie, I'll let you know what day we're gonna meet, okay?
Who else is on, Christina?
Just Julie.
And Julie, Amber Wilson's.
I mean, we do need to get some stuff, some information, you know,
Right.
from Miss Amber
Yeah.
and Brian and.
yeah, but we also need to just do salary work.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do
Julie,
salary.
we're looking at next Tuesday for a work session. I'll let you know definitely though,
But if
okay?
we do Tuesday morning, that
fine.
really,
All right, thanks again.
if we do Tuesday morning, that really doesn't give us any time to do the legwork that needs to get done.
Yeah.
Well, I was
Gotta
gonna work a little on Monday, but.
get this done.
No, I mean, we do, it's just,
I'll have what you need from me on Tuesday, if that helps anything. Not much.
thank you.
Thanks, Amber.
I mean, because, all right, so let's say we don't do Tuesday. What's the next day that we could work on this? About Thursday?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'll have this.
He's not back until next
I'm not back till Tuesday of next week, the following week, 17th. And you gotta have the budget finalized by the 20th.
By the 20th. I mean, so we could do Thursday, Friday, or.
All right, we'll figure it out.
Let me figure it out, I'll zoom in, I'll bring my book with me, that's all.
I mean, I'm just, next week, I really am gonna be crunched. I really sort of needed this to be done today, but
Next week you're crunched?
yeah, because I got a deadline on the 16th.
Okay.
So what if we did the 18th, 19th, and 20th?
Yeah, we could even do the morning of the 17th, Tuesday morning,
Sure.
just to give us.
Why can't you just dedicate all of Tuesday and get rid of the town board meeting or just
Rid of the work session.
get rid of the work
Yeah,
session
I think
on
you're
the
right.
17th? Put an all day,
I like that.
Are you back?
yeah, back, yeah, I'll be back the night of the 16th and I could be here right now on the
Yeah, sounds
17th.
Okay.
Okay, Christina?
Because that gives you plenty of time to get these other things done
Yes, have everything in front of us.
in place.
All right.
So I'd like to see the new numbers.
Cancel the work session on the 17th, we'll do budget, and we'll start at
10 a.m.
17th?
AM, yeah.
Yeah, because then next week I could balance what I have to get done. My office
And
with.
then, and we can go with the 18th and 19th. I might have a doctor's appointment on the 18th, 2:30 in the afternoon, but I can cancel that and put it
Amber, are there any meetings of yours I can cover next week?
here about appointments.
Okay, I think we're done. Christina, thank you.